magnate Brad Jacobs, finance executive Todd Bowley. They were not billionaires in 2017, but they now rank among the state's 5 wealthiest residents. Along investor Karen Pritzker, who is an heiress to the Pritzker real estate fortune. The current governor of Illinois is another heir to that real estate fortune. That's the Hyatt Hotel Company. Hedge fund manager Ray Dalio still makes the list. And, of course, Cohen, number 1. So we have the rich getting richer. And this is in the context of a conversation where the Trump administration wants to keep the tax cuts exactly the way they are, but obviously looking to try and reduce some spending. The total net worth of Connecticut's billionaires has increased more than 60% in the last 8 years, according to a new study. And here are the lucky people: Steve Cohen, Ray Dalio, Brad Jacobs, Todd Bowley, Karen Pritzker, William Stone, Vince McMahon, Doug Ostrover, Clifford Asness, Stephen Mandel Jr., Michael Reese, Mario Gabelli, Alexandra Deitch, Lucy Stitzer, and Peter Buck. Okay. And although wealth in the United States has generally increased in recent years across all income brackets, and that's really important, by the way, that's really important, the spike has been particularly sharp at the top. So the rich have gotten richer. Overall, the nation's wealthiest 0.1% of Americans have come to control a larger share of overall wealth than at any other point in decades. And Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Larry Ellison, and Warren Buffett have seen their net worth more than double and in some cases triple since 2017. No billionaire's wealth has increased more than that of Elon Musk, whose net worth has risen over 10 times, according to the Forbes data. The study on billionaires was published by the Connecticut Citizen Action Group. They are saying that this data is a reason not to extend Trump's tax cuts. Do you agree? What do you think? Let's think about this. 203-333-9422. The rich are getting richer, and therefore fewer people collectively are controlling a greater amount of America's wealth. Is that a reason to extend tax cuts? Or should we have tax cuts extending to people who earn less than $1 million a year? All right, let's be nice, less than $5 million a year. But increase taxes among those at the very top, the Ned Lamonts of the world, the Annie Lamonts of the world, the people that have so much money over their lifetime they can't possibly spend it. They're not even going to give it away. Who are we kidding? They'll give some of it away here and there. They'll have some nice foundations. They'll have their pet causes. But they're going to make sure that the majority of their wealth is still dominated within their family, most of them, in various trusts. They will. This giving pledge. Give me a break. Anyway, they wouldn't be the richest people in the world if they had given so much away, right? Mackenzie Bezos is doing her best to give a lot away. When she is no longer one of the top billionaires in the country, I'll know that she succeeded. You know who succeeded? You know who was amazing at that? Was Ted Turner. Remember Ted Turner? I think he might still be alive, but has severe Alzheimer's disease. When he was at his peak, he was really an extraordinary guy. He founded CNN. He revived the American bison buffalo across the West by buying thousands and thousands of acres and letting them roam and repopulate. He was a visionary, no question about it. And one of the things, and he was the founder, of course, of Turner Classic Movies on TV. Thank you. But one of the things that he was visionary about was giving his money away. And you no longer see him as a top 10 anything. He gave a lot of it away. He gave it away, actually gave it away. All the people that talk about giving it away, but still are the richest people in the world, let's do a wink, wink. They haven't given so much away. Anyway, what do you think about this? 203-333-9422. Should we extend the Trump tax cuts? Do you like them? Are you comfortable with your tax bracket now? Or do you think, given the fact that we do have the billionaires earning more money than they ever did or accruing more money than they ever did and collectively owning a larger share of the American economy than decades, do you think that this is right for American policy? You know, there's a lot of way to think about this and talk about it. You can call me at 203-333-9422. Last year, Connecticut passed, not last year, a couple of years ago now, Connecticut passed a new law that said that you could create what they call a dynasty trust. And you could create a trust that lasts 800 years. And I'm laughing. because it's ridiculous and it's bad public policy. Why did we do it? Why did we want to become like the lords and ladies of the United Kingdom of Great Britain? Why did we do it? Why do we want to create a stale economy where people are born into such inherited wealth that they never have to work for a living? Of what use is that to a so-called meritocracy, an industrious, productive society like America? Why do we do it? 800-year dynasty trusts. We did it because there are other states in the United States that do it, and Connecticut didn't want to lose business for its trust and estates practice to other states where greedy people wanted to keep their greed within their family and hoard it for generations upon generations upon generations, more than they could ever hoard it before. We used to have this thing called the rule against perpetuities. And the rule against perpetuities was exactly that. It said you could not give wealth in perpetuity to someone else. You had to give it to what they call 2 lives in being plus 21 years. At some point, it had to end. It doesn't mean that the Rockefeller Trust don't continue. He was very shrewd. He was very clever. There are people of inherited wealth that do go on for 5 or 6 or 7 generations. But at some point, it ends. And what I mean by ends is that at some point, the trust goes to the people outright. And then they have to decide what are they going to do with the money. They can start their own new trust. But this idea of dynastic trusts of 800 years, of a dynasty, it's absurd. What does it do? It cocoons and protects wealth for an interminable amount of time, far more than the person who created it could ever have imagined. And of whose benefit is to that? Why do we want to do that in America? Why do we want to make it so that 5 or 6 or 10 generations down, people have some vague recollection of the person, of their Cornelius Vanderbilt? How many more? Why do we want to do that? So let me ask you, 203-333-9422, right now. Are you cool with your tax bracket? Do you think the Trump tax breaks should extend? Does any of this data about how millionaires are getting to be more millionaires and billionaires are getting to be more billionaires, does it matter to you? Or you're thinking to yourself, you know what? I got richer too. I care about me. I care about my purse. I care about my pocket. I don't want the federal government to tax me 1 penny more than they could possibly live without. I'm good. Or do you think, you know what? There's something wrong in Denmark, so to speak. And it is in Greenland, and we need to fix this. We need to do what we did in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s. We need to tax those who earn a lot at a higher rate, because we know that the reason they earn so much is on the backs of the American capitalist system. Without the stock market, without the rule of law, without the certainty that certain of their rights are going to be enforced in a court of law, they can't make the money that they want to make. And so do we want to say, you know what? We have allowed too few people at the top to control too much of the nation's destiny by owning too much of the levers of power and influence, which is the wealth. What do we think? 203-333-9422. Joe from Madison, what do you think? Hi.
Hi, how are you today?
Good, welcome.
I'm 80 years old, and I've lived in Connecticut all my life, and I actually grew up on the east side of Bridgeport.
Okay.
And I actually did some work in Westport when I was in younger age, so I met some millionaires, and not billionaires, they were millionaires, and I had no regret that they had all that money, because they spread the money around, they helped people get jobs and other things. And the other factor is, in the state of Connecticut, what percentage of the income tax comes from Fairfield County? They pay their share, believe me.
More than their share. Fairfield County basically subsidizes the rest of the state of Connecticut, truthfully.
Exactly. That's the point I'm trying to make. So this stuff about holding against billionaires and they don't give it away, sometimes they give it away when they die. So I just think we live in the greatest country on earth, and we should thank God we were born here.
I agree with that totally, Joe. But so here's the thing. So you think that, you know what, it doesn't matter. Let the rich get richer, but the rest of the country gets richer too. And so a rising tide rises all boats, and you're cool with it. You don't care.
Exactly, because a lot of those people that are at the top now were never at the top. They somehow made it.
Yeah.
And they should be congratulated for it.
And let me ask you this. Does it bother you that well over 50% of the nation's wealth is now controlled by 1% of the nation's people. Because it's staggering, that number.
Well, things have changed a lot since we were growing up because there were corporations that those wealthy families owned and put their money back into corporations, and now they have hedge funds and all these other financial instruments. What bothers me the most is that we've lost our manufacturing base, because when I was growing up, Bridgeport was the economic center of manufacturing in the nation, and we lost that. That's the problem I see.
So, Joe, are you, let's segue to this then. Do you feel that long-term Trump's policy of tariffs is worth trying in order to bring that manufacturing base back?
You know, that's the big question. I don't know. I hope he succeeds. Long term, I hope he succeeds. It's going to be a rough ride, but the way we were going, we were on a downhill spiral, spending more money that we didn't have. So I congratulate some of what he's doing, but I have concerns. Okay?
All right. Thank you, Joe. Esmeralda from Bridgeport. Hi, Esmeralda. Welcome to the show. Hola. Hi.
Hi. I liked what Joe had to say.
Yeah.
He sounds like a hardworking man, and he did. It sounds like he did well, but he didn't use that word deserve. He deserved something, you know. And we use that word a lot with entitlement. You know, you deserve it. But the millionaires, the 1 billion. How many billionaires do we have in Connecticut? You said
16 now. 16.
60 or 16?
No, 16. 16. 16.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah.
Here's the thing. Why don't we just punish them so they take all their money and move to Florida?
I hear
See,
what you're
that's
saying.
what you want to do when you want to tax these very smart people who took risks and did well. So let's just punish them. That's the attitude of wanting to tax them.
I hear you. And actually, we've lost a few because of that. You're right.
Yes.
The money has definitely migrated in this country to Florida and to Texas. No question about it.
Correct. So why do we want to punish these people? They're smart. They're savvy. They took risks. And
you know, Esmeralda,
I deserve to be.
I was asking, you know, it's a good question. I like the way you're answering it. I was specifically asking about federal tax rates, though, not about state. I hear what you're saying. You feel like Connecticut should not be punitive. We'll bite our nose to spite our face, and these rich people will just get up and leave and take their money with them. I totally
Correct.
get that. But for the federal, where it's all the same playing field, do you think that our federal tax rate should remain where it is? Or do you think the federal tax rate should tax wealthier people more than they're currently doing? Because we already have a progressive tax system. The more money you make, the more tax, you pay. But should it be even more so that the billionaires pay more money in taxes? That's the question.
Well, I think they deserve what they earn.
Okay.
Because they're smart.
All right.
and if they have to pay more tax on the federal level, that's I think we should treat them better on a federal level, on all levels, because the wealth does trickle down.
Okay.
On a nationwide basis also.
All right. What do you do, Esmeralda?
I used to teach, but now I'm semi-retired.
You used to teach. Okay. What'd you teach?
Special education.
Okay.
So that's a big one.
Yeah, that's a very big one. Thank you for calling today.
I don't want to start talking about that because
Yeah.
There's a lot to it.
There certainly is. Thanks, Esmeralda. Thanks for the call today.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
A sunny sky through this afternoon with a high below 60s and a breeze out of the northwest. Clear this evening and overnight below the mid-30s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to WICC. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance. I'm Linda Kenyon. A suspect is in custody after a shooting at Florida State University in Tallahassee. That shooting took place at the Student Union building. And while authorities advised students to shelter in place, hundreds streamed off campus, including Ava Arenado.
One of my other classmates spoke up and said that she would rather go home. And so we all just kind of ran to our cars.
CBS's Scott McFarland follows up with more details.
Near that Student Union building, which is a particularly busy and vibrant part of that Florida State campus. As somebody who's been on campus, the lunch hour is rush hour near the Student Union building. Our CBS News reporting is that multiple people have been brought to Tallahassee Memorial Health Care Hospital nearby. A spokesperson at the hospital didn't give us a sense of the extent of the injuries, but we know there are multiple people brought there.
The suspect is said to be among the injured. President Trump says he's in no rush to reach any trade deals because of the revenues his tariffs are generating so far. But during a meeting with Italy's prime minister at the White House today, he also suggested it would be easy to reach agreement with the European Union.
Oh, there'll be a trade deal, 100%. Of course there'll be a trade deal, very much. They want to make one very much, and we're going to make a trade deal. I fully expect it, but it'll be a fair deal.
In a sign of the economic shockwave set off by President Trump's tariffs, the European Central Bank has just cut interest rates. CBS's Vicky Barker reports from the foreign desk in London.
ECB President Christine Lagarde using the words uncertainty and incredulity to describe America's massive shift in trade policy and allies' attempts to absorb it. Asked if we've passed peak uncertainty.
I don't know whether we are at peak.
Suggesting policymakers worldwide now have to be nimble in responding to the latest financial shocks from Washington. Vicky Barker, CBS News, London.
A federal judge has ruled Google is an online advertising monopoly. With more on the decision in this landmark case, here's CBS tech contributor Ian Scherr.
This is the second time in a year that a judge has found Google to be a monopolist. Another federal judge last summer found that Google was running a monopoly on online search.
A judge in Los Angeles will soon be deciding whether to delay resentencing in the case of Eric and Lyle Menendez, who were convicted for the 1989 murders of their parents. CBS's Carter Evans is following.
He's saying, look, even as recently as that Netflix documentary, you had the brothers saying that, hey, that night we thought our parents were going to kill us, and so we killed them in self-defense.
The hearing is expected to last about 2 days. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The man accused of killing his girlfriend, Christine Holloway, in her Ansonia apartment testified in his own defense. Jose Morales told the jury in his Milford Superior Court murder trial yesterday that intruders killed Holloway with a crowbar and kidnapped their 14-month-old daughter in 2019. Morales testified that he was worried if he called police, his daughter would also be killed, and that he left the home. Morales continued testifying under direct examination today. A Bridgeport police officer who was arrested for assault in Stratford has resigned from the force. City officials have confirmed that Jairo Francisco Bastidas Arellano tendered his resignation on March 31st. Bastidas Arellano was arrested in February on charges that include third-degree assault, strangulation, and unlawful restraint. He's free on $10,000 bond and is due back in court on May 6th. Connecticut Attorney General William Tong is leading a coalition of 20 attorneys general trying to block what is described as erratic and unlawful mismanagement at the Social Security Administration. The AGs have filed a brief hoping to block the Department of Government Efficiency from what they describe as jeopardizing payments to millions of Americans. Tong said because of DOGE, Social Security Administration employees report chaos that has, quote, threatened to send the agency into a death spiral. Payer College in Bridgeport, which lost its accreditation last month, is going to shut down. The State Office of Higher Education was notified on Tuesday. The private art school has been closed since last fall, but had previously filed an appeal in an attempt to reopen. Payer has reportedly given no specific reason for closing. A Norwalk man has been arrested and charged with attempted murder in connection with a shooting last summer in Fairfield. Jaquan Rosado is also charged with first-degree assault, reckless endangerment, and criminal possession of a firearm. Rosado allegedly shot another man in the leg on Fisk Street in June of 2024. Police say the person who was shot was uncooperative, but the investigation determined that the shooting was part of an ongoing dispute between the suspect and the victim. And the state has launched a reporting tool for entities in Connecticut impacted by recent federal actions. The reporting tool is for cities and towns, businesses, and nonprofits that are experiencing pauses, cancellations, or reductions in federal funding. It is also seeking information about reductions in employment and impacts from tariffs from impacted entities. Governor Ned Lamont says the state government has an important responsibility in responding to this crisis, and this tool will shed more light on the impacts. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Premier northbound accident, exit 51, stay left to get through. On the Wilbur Cross northbound construction, exits 59 through 60, stay left to get around it. And in Lower Fairfield County 95 north, just busy, but moving Stanford through Norwalk. Traffic report is powered by Spectre Furniture, trusted for 135 years, now accepting non-perishable food donations, supporting local food banks. Drop and shop at Spectre Furniture, Main Street, and Sonia. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight. Chilly with a low in the mid-30s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 60. Saturday cloudy and warmer with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, so do me a favor, please, and pay attention. Make no mistake here. Make no mistake. We are going to find out, probably within the next couple of weeks, whether or not the majority Democrats in Hartford and or the environmental lobby actually care about your electric bills. Because they talk a good game, and I've always said they're full of crap. They don't care. Now, while we were doing the show yesterday, there was a public hearing going on in Hartford. I alluded to this a little bit with our pal Dan Haar in the 5 o'clock hour. Something interesting is happening there that is likely to get derailed by who else? The environmental groups. Because make no mistake, the environmental groups don't care if you pay less for electricity. In fact, they would probably care that you paid more. Ed Mahoney's story here in the Hartford Current is something that was transpiring yesterday as we did this show. Environmental groups lined up Wednesday at a public hearing to criticize the legislature's first comprehensive effort. Did you get that? They're finally getting their tails in gear. On the majority Democratic side, working with some Republicans to try and lower electricity bills, but environmental groups lined up at a public hearing Wednesday to criticize the first big effort to reduce the ever-increasing energy costs in this state. What's their problem? They complain that measures to cut your bills, to cut customer bills, threaten funding for clean energy and efficiency programs. The environmental groups don't care that a lot of you can hardly pay their electric bill. They don't care. They don't care. This fund and that fund for the environment and this organization and green this and green that. Listen to me. They're all full of crap. I wish I could say something else, but substitute crap for you know what. The better understood colloquialism. They're all full of it. Now, the state's electric utilities, the major utilities, UI and Eversource says here, they generally support the legislation. Eversource and UI are responsible for less than half of the charges on a typical customer bill. You have to understand that. It's easy to lash out at Eversource and UI, and we all have fun doing it, and we're cracking jokes, and who's married to who, and who cares, and this is the other. They're not the problem. Of course they like the bill. It would substantially, says here, reduce or remove from your bills charges over which they have no control. And the so-called environmental groups, they don't want that. They still, with these environmental groups, many of them would still have you go through a monthly rectal exam every time you open up your electric bill or log on to see it from UI or Eversource. Analysts have said the bill could cut hundreds of millions of dollars from customer rates by restructuring how the state buys energy and how consumers pay for it. Interesting, huh? Notably, now get this, it would immediately lower, says the current here, the typical bill by as much as 25%. And it would strip away what's become a much criticized public benefits section from the bills and shift it toward in-state bonding. Hell, we bond for everything else. Why do we do this? But oh no, those who say they love the environment, no, they're telling you as a consumer to go screw. Oh, I'll have the comments for you straight ahead. But we start here at 203-333-9422. Wait till you hear some of these. 203-333-9422. Here's the question. Do you really think state lawmakers in Hartford and the environmental groups are serious about lowering energy costs for consumers? Or do the environmental folks, I'll be nice here, do they actually want you to pay more?
This spring, the WICC staff is live and local with everything you need to know every single day. Join Melissa in the morning starting at 5 for Southern Connecticut news updates and exclusive interviews. The Lisa Wexler Show starts at 10, where Lisa speaks her mind and wants to hear what's on yours. All the latest news headlines continue at noon on the Download with John and Chris. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli goes live at 2 for the latest as you head home. And it's all live every weekday on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 at 95.9.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
When disaster strikes, whether it's a house fire, furnace malfunction, or burst pipes, trust me, Felicia, the owner of Robin Hood Adjusters, to be your advocate. With over a decade of experience, I specialize in increasing the settlement value of your insurance claim and shielding you from unethical lowball offers by the insurance giants. Visit RobinHoodAdjustersCT.com and see how I can help protect your interests and get you the compensation you deserve. At Robin Hood Adjusters, I work for you.
You're listening to WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Columbia Dental invites you to come to their Norwalk office for your entire family's dental health. It is their mission to provide you with comprehensive dental care you and your family deserve. Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk, located at 91 East Avenue, open 5 days a week, or visit their Manchester location at 483 Middle Turnpike West, open 7 days a week. Columbia Dental, here for you and your family for regular checkups or emergency visits. ColumbiaDental.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Quiet down, here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Premier northbound accident exit 51, stay left to get through. On the Wilbur Cross northbound construction exits 59 through 60, stay left to get around it. And in Lower Fairfield County 95 north, just busy but moving Stanford through Norwalk. Traffic report is powered by Spectre Furniture, trusted for 135 years, now accepting non-perishable food donations, supporting local food banks. Drop and shop at Spectre Furniture, Main Street and Sonia. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clear and chilly with a low in the mid-30s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 60. A big warm-up Saturday, cloudy with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
He might not agree with you, but he promises to listen. Join Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, 203-333-9422, WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut.
So it looks like the clown show is ready for a new act in Hartford. And I hate to have to say that, and I hope I'm proven wrong. But all the indicators are there. All the indicators are there. There was a public hearing yesterday on a bill that has been introduced that if it's implemented, it could significantly lower your electric bill, and part of it would be getting rid of that public benefits charge that, whether you want to argue the efficacy of it all day, a lot of people don't like. And you have majority Democrats arguing with each other, and the Republicans are there going, okay, anytime you kids want to kiss and make up here, but the environmental groups, they're all mad about this. Imagine that. The environmental groups, folks, I'm telling you, they don't give a crap about how high your electric bill is. They don't. They haven't cared. None of those people in Hartford have cared for 20 or 30 years since this has become a problem. They don't care. The first allegiance that majority Democrats have in Hartford on this is the environmental groups. They don't want to lose their elections. So when the environmental groups tell the majority Democrats, jump, the Democrats there say, how high? How high would you like me? Hind legs or just my front two legs? There's a bill being considered up in Hartford that would do a bunch of things, set up a different way the state utilities purchase power, and it would also get rid of something that nobody seems to like, except if you're in the General Assembly or except if you're in an environmental group. This asinine public benefits charge. Okay, we have to pay it. Put it as a line on the regular budget. Again, take a little less money away. Again, how much money are we spending on illegals? Rhetorical question, because the Lamont office won't answer that. I know I'm being a tad rhetorical here. Environmental groups lined up at a public hearing Wednesday to criticize a push to lower energy costs in this state. Do I need to say more? All these green groups, they only care about their own. They want to screw you. Do you understand what I'm saying? The VP of Eversource, Doug Horton, telling lawmakers that removing the public benefits from consumer bills, about $1 billion a year, would immediately save the typical customer of his company $45 to $50 a month. Opposition to the bill came from the solar industry, other clean energy advocates, and environmental groups who expressed concern that the proposal by Democrat John Fonfara, Hartford State Senator, could jeopardize state subsidies to decarbonization and energy efficiency programs. So again, folks, please, I'm begging you. We have example one here of the biggest impediment to you and your friends and your neighbors paying less on your electric bills are the environmental groups. Tom Swan runs the Connecticut Citizens Action Group. He called the bill destabilizing, foolhardy, and a direct assault on our clean energy programs and goals. Screw what the bill costs you. Another point said, and here now again, here's a let him eat cake moment. And I'm not necessarily criticizing Mr. Swan as an individual. I haven't spoken to Tom in years. But this, do you understand this is the prevailing attitude in Hartford? And it prevails because you elect many of the same people over and over and over and over and over and over again without thinking. Swan said he has not seen energy costs, quote, fall anywhere in the world over 32 years as a consumer advocate without government intervention. Well, yeah, Tom, you need government intervention. Samantha Donowski of the Sierra Club's Connecticut chapter said, quote, we don't want to see renewables hobbled at a time when we really need to be bringing them online to meet our state goals, unquote. So again, go screw, pay your bills, we don't care. Lori Brown of the League of Conservation Voters said that if energy efficiency programs were removed from customer bills, they would have to compete for funding at the legislature against an array of any state programs. Well, yeah, Lori, yeah. That's the way it should be. Now, our pal, Ryan Fazio, Republican Greenwich, heard that comment and said, geez, I guess I look at it a little differently. That's because things that cost hundreds of millions of dollars being at the whim of elected officials is how a democratic system is supposed to work. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Do you see what I'm talking about here? You can, in this state, good ideas wither and die in Hartford. Now, again, is Fonfara's bill the be-all and end-all? I doubt it. Sometimes this stuff has to be worked on. But do you really think state lawmakers in Hartford and the environmental groups are serious about lowering energy costs for consumers. Some lawmakers maybe. The environmental groups, folks, they're just not. They're just not. You heard what one of the big energy CEOs said yesterday, as I told it to you here. If they get rid of this public benefits charge, that's $45 to $50 a month. 40 to 50 a month. Figure $480 to about $600 a month back in your pockets and wallets and billfolds and everything in a year. But the so-called environmental groups say, no, you must pay that. You see why people leave the state? You see? You see why people leave? Well, it's just shifting around Moneyball. Yeah, it is. And maybe it should be shifted to the general fund. And geez, I don't know. Maybe we let the people we vote for make the tough decisions. Because you know what? It is the laziness, and I know this had Republican support 2 years ago as well, in the buying of power from Millstone. All this stuff. You know what? I'm talking figuratively now, not literally. But the energy policies of this state need to be blown up. I don't care how big or small the pieces are, but the energy policies of this state, as witnessed by what we saw yesterday, need to be blown up. The push brooms have to come out, clean the floor, and start over and figure it out. And as far as the environmental groups are concerned, stop it. Stop it. Because, frankly, I don't care about you. I couldn't give less of a crap if I tried about your green initiatives when you have some people here in this state, calling this program and whatever, and then saying that they can't pay their bills.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
For Merritt northbound accident, exit 51, stay left to get through. On the Wilbur Cross northbound construction, exits 59 through 60, stay left to get around it. And in Lower Fairfield County 95 north, just busy but moving Stanford through Norwalk. Traffic report is powered by Spectre Furniture, trusted for 135 years, now accepting non-perishable food donations, supporting local food banks. Drop and shop at Spectre Furniture, Main Street and Sonia. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight. Chilly with a low in the mid-30s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 60. Saturday cloudy and warmer with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Hey Yankees fans, on Sunday, April 27th, when the Yankees take on the Toronto Blue Jays, take your family out to the ballpark with a chance to receive a brand new giveaway. It's Hershey Park Kids Ticket Giveaway Day. The first 10,000 kids 12 and younger will receive a Hershey Park Kids ticket, courtesy of Hershey Park. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. That's the Yankees and Blue Jays on Hershey Park Kids Ticket Giveaway Day, Sunday, April 27th. Visit Yankees.com/tickets.
Connecticut Paid Leave, making time for life's most important moments.
To recover from illness or injury.
To give your employees peace of mind.
To welcome home an active duty service member.
To help a loved one get better.
To get help for your mental health.
To welcome a new addition to your family.
To leave an unsafe home.
Learn more about accessing the benefits of Connecticut Paid Leave. Visit ctpaidleave.org.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. Police are responding to an active shooter call at the Student Union at Florida State University in Tallahassee. CBS's Anna Schechters with our Crime and Public Safety Unit.
Law enforcement and campus officials want everybody to stay safe, get to a safe place, and stay put.
A local hospital official says at least 4 people have been injured. Ava Averado describes the initial moments during the shooting.
My classmate got an alert on her phone and announced it to the rest of the class. And my teacher started immediately barricading the door.
She joined hundreds of students who streamed away from the area of the shooting.
The building I was at wasn't too close to the Union, and I heard a lot of police cars outside. So I figured that the shooting wasn't close to me, so I could make it to my car in time and I'd be safer in my apartment.
Local law enforcement, along with FBI officials, remain on the scene. CBS News Special Report. I'm Linda Kenyon.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A 27-year-old man is sentenced to spend 20 years in federal prison for his role in a violent Bridgeport street gang. Luis Garcia was sentenced yesterday in Bridgeport Federal Court for his actions while a member of the original North End gang. The group operated out of the Trumbull Gardens area of Bridgeport, with prosecutors saying they attacked rival gangs, robbed drug dealers, and stole vehicles. Garcia has been detained since he was arrested in 2021 and pleaded guilty to a racketeering charge in 2023. A 22-year-old woman who was helping to clean a Darien home is accused of stealing 3 Rolex watches from the house. Shanti Racinos of Stratford also allegedly stole a diamond bracelet and other items, with the total value of the stolen items over $58,000. The owner of the Shady Acres home began noticing that items were missing in February, and police say it was found that Racinos had pawned the items. She's free on a promise to appear in court on April 28th. Connecticut is declining to sign the Trump administration's request that it comply with their diversity, equity, and inclusion orders. State Education Commissioner Charlene Russell Tucker says the state already is in full compliance with Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Title VI bans discrimination based on race, color, or national origin in programs or activities that receive federal financial assistance. Connecticut Education Association President Kate Diaz spoke with WFSB Channel 3 and called the move by the administration an overreach.
Everything that is going on in our public schools is the will of our public schools, it's the will of our communities, and it's the right thing to do for our students and community members.
However, state Republicans are largely standing by President Trump's policy. State Republican Party Chair Ben Proto says the state is not in compliance with Title VI. In a conversation with Channel 3, Proto says DEI programs have no place in the country, let alone in the classroom.
When you start to pick and choose the laws you're going to abide by, that's when you begin to see anarchy.
Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz met with Planned Parenthood and other advocates yesterday to discuss reproductive health in an attempt to protect Title X from a potential freezing by the Trump administration. In a news conference attended by WTNH TV News 8, Bysowitz highlighted the potential consequences.
Withholding these funds is really an attempt to cut off access to birth control, cancer screenings, STI and STD testing, and reproductive health care in general. This is a major public health concern.
However, anti-abortion activists are pushing back, with Chris Healy of the Connecticut Catholic Conference telling News 8 the move was nothing more than appeasing the Democratic base.
Everything that is going on in our public schools is...
Title X was established in 1970 to provide the reproductive health care to people with low incomes. A new bill was introduced yesterday in a bipartisan effort to remove the public benefits charge from electricity bills. If passed, this bill would fund programs supported by the charge through the state instead of relying on money from ratepayers. Eversource and UI would remain as the primary providers of power in the state. Members of both parties expressed their support for the bill yesterday at a news conference attended by NBC. Representative Joe Paletta said the bill would provide assistance to numerous residents who are struggling to make ends meet.
It's no secret that Connecticut pays far too much for electricity.
Despite the involvement of state funds, the bill would not violate current fiscal guardrails. Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal is warning about the planned closing of the Federal Emergency Management Agency regional office in Boston. He highlighted the dangers in a conversation with News 12.
FEMA is closing its only office in New England, which means we'll have no representation in this area of the country, further endangering cities and towns like Bridgeport, which probably will be denied the $47.5 million for flooding relief that it is due.
Blumenthal went on to say that when a natural disaster hits, FEMA has been a vital part of the emergency response in collaboration with local and state agencies. And Americans have conflicting views about the effects of artificial intelligence on society. Tammy Trujillo has the details.
According to a new poll from Quinnipiac University, more than 40% think AI is going to cause more harm than good in their everyday lives. More than 50% think it's going to cause harm in education, and nearly 60% think it will harm advances in medicine. More than half see it leading to fewer job opportunities.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt northbound accident exit 51, stay left to get through. On the Wilbur Cross northbound construction exits 59 through 60, stay left to get around it. And in Lower Fairfield County 95 north, just busy but moving Stanford through Norwalk. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clear and chilly with a low in the mid-30s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 60. A big warm-up Saturday, cloudy with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Trumbull is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I mean, it is like kindergarten. It's like romper room. What other little kids, Wonderama? Is that what it's about in Hartford? My God, you heard Chris just do that story. There's a bipartisan bill in Hartford to finally shift this asinine, moronic public benefits charge away from the customer's bills, from Eversource and UI, because it's got nothing to do with how much energy they use. Move that charge out of the bills now, yesterday, and put it as a budget line. But all the environmental crowd is, we don't want to debate it as a budget line. Too bad. It's time to stop screwing electric customers in this state. It's time. And I have little sympathy here for some of this doomsday stuff regarding the public benefits charge. If it's so important, then let's take it off customer bills. And please, can we put it on a budget line item? But again, the environmental bunch, the Sierra Club folks, the green energy folks, they don't want to have to defend this. You see how insidious this is? This was decided years ago, I guess on a bipartisan basis, to just slap this on your energy bill. And now you've got a guy like John Fonfara, Democrat, well-connected. I know some people don't like John, but he is who he is. And he's there saying, and he and some other Democrats are saying, enough, we're getting hammered with this stuff. But again, there are some majority Democrats who are yelling at Fonfara saying, whoa, you don't understand. Folks, I'm telling you, and I've said this before, and it's been one of my axioms for years, long before I got here, to this station of Connoisseur. Those who cry and yell and bitch and moan about change are the most worried it may work. If their ox is going to get gored, even if the change will be better for society, they can't take it. It is maddening. Dave in Brantford kicks us off today. Dave, good afternoon. How are you?
Well, thank you. I hope I haven't called too much this week. I have 3 brief points that they seem self-evident. But
okay.
Maybe you can agree.
Okay.
In Connecticut, the ISO New England should be directed to purchase the cheapest available electricity. That should be the first rule. You buy it from whoever's offering it to the grid for the cheapest.
Mm-hmm.
And we get screwed when the politicians have passed a rule that 40% going up to 50 has to be from green energy, which
green.
is 2, 3, or 4 times the price.
Yeah, of course.
And so we should only buy the cheapest available at the moment. That's the first. That seems easy to do.
That's easy.
Number 2,
even a dummy like me, Dave, understood that one. Go ahead.
Number 2, and I don't understand how it came to be this way. All the suppliers from the first kilowatt to the last get the same and the highest price paid to the last supplier for electricity. So on the day there's a shortage and it costs $40 to get a kilowatt hour, all the suppliers from the first kilowatt on get that same, highest rate that the last supplier in line got.
Okay.
I don't know who dreamed that up, but that's incredibly idiotic because we're not allowed to make long-term contracts to buy cheaper electricity. That's dumb. And the last one is on the sunken capital costs.
Yeah.
We've worked out that the utilities gets like 9.9% of invested capital. There's no sense that they only buy 100 telephone poles, and make $10. Why don't they buy 200 and make $20 because they get a percentage and 10% is pretty good? What incentive do they have not to buy more copper, more transformers, and more invested capital than they need? That should come out of their end, not the ratepayers' end.
Dave, I sense a campaign in your future for the state legislature. Are you trying to tell us something?
No way, baby.
No
way, baby. But anybody who did business, you buy from the cheapest one. You don't come up with some cockamamie story. Bye.
All right, Dave. Oh, man. Dave and Branford, they're always entertaining. And no, I did not have cockamamie on my list of words I thought I would hear today.
Town Fair Tire has the area's largest selection of Toyo tires, sells them all at the guaranteed lowest price, offers more free services for life than anywhere else, and Town Fair has well over 100 locations throughout New England and New York. The area's largest inventory of Toyo tires at the guaranteed lowest price, more locations, and the most free services for life. So for your next set of Toyo tires, remember, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This Earth Day, celebrate nature's greatest journey. Join Sacred Heart University and the Explorers Club for a special screening of Fly Way of Life, a stunning wildlife documentary by award-winning SHU alum Tomas Keck, capturing the epic bird migration along the Atlantic Flyway. It's happening April 22nd at the SHU Community Theater in Fairfield with a red carpet arrival, photo exhibit, and expert panel. Celebrate Earth Day in a truly unforgettable way. Get tickets now at shucommunitytheater.org.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to Big Wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get your second month free for a limited time. You'll get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month. Here's Veronica and Jackie, real customers.
I didn't know that I could get something for a lot less money that was actually better than who I was with before.
Anytime anybody complains about their cell phone bill, we say, you've got to check out Consumer Cellular.
And now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free when they use promo code SECONDFREE. Just call, click, or bring us your bill and see how much you can save. Because when it comes to Big Wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and use code SECONDFREE to get a free second month. Real people paid to share their opinions in this ad. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt northbound accident, exit 51, stay left to get through. On the Wilbur Cross northbound construction, exits 59 through 60, stay left to get around it. And in Lower Fairfield County 95 north, just busy but moving Stanford through Norwalk. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight. Chilly with a low in the mid-30s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 60. Saturday, cloudy and warmer with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Paul wants to hear from you. Call 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Simple question that I think I have the answer to after watching the kindergarten, Romper Room, Wonderama, Space Commander. Remember that? Space Commander 8 in New Haven. I used to work with a guy who was the Space Commander there. But no, yesterday we had this big brouhaha, this dust-up, this Donnybrook in Hartford. And it was funny because some of the times it was Democrat on Democrat. Because there is now a proposal in Hartford. Understand, folks, you made this happen. Online petitions, all that. You had a part in this. Folks, I think, like me and the great other talk show hosts at stations around the state, you know, sometimes if you shake the trees, this stuff actually happens. And there was a public hearing yesterday, some debate regarding a bill that would, among other things, it's a big encompassing bill. It's an omnibus bill, as they like to say. Oh, look, honey, there's an omnibus. It's a big bill, among other things. It would get rid of the public benefits charge of the bill, and that's, you know, 30, 35, 40 bucks on your bill, and move it probably to a bonded item or a line item. Make it a bonded item. Who cares? Hell, we bond out stuff for schoolyard playgrounds. Why don't we do this? It's only money. Who cares? In addition to removing the public benefits charge from the bills, from consumer bills, State Senator John Fonfara's bill would create a more aggressive process by which the state buys the energy that Eversource and UI distribute to customers. And again, this is what our buddy David Branford just said. Maybe that's an aspect that it has to be looked at. But again, no. The environmental groups, they're not happy. They're not happy. And Norm Needleman, state senator, who I've tried to get on the show here 2 or 3 times, won't come on. I stopped after the 3rd time. I'll ask somebody once, twice, maybe 3 times, and after that, no, forget it. I don't care. So he and Fonfara get into it yesterday. And by the way, according again, you know, dovetailing off one of our friends' ideas, Dave just said, how about this? And Dan Haar mentioned this yesterday. The bill would create a quasi-public Connecticut Electricity Procurement Authority composed of, now get this is a little interesting, energy traders who would search energy markets daily for a favorable price fluctuation. The idea, Fonfara says, comes from a process that Norwich uses to buy its power. Now, again, remember, I've read this list before. Norwich is one of 10 municipalities in the state. Wallingford's one. I live there. You know that. A lot of you stick pins in my voodoo doll because of that. I understand that. Norwich is one. One of the Indian tribes is one. There are 2 districts in Norwalk that procure and buy their own power, and it keeps power low. Why don't we do this for the whole state? Well, it's never going to work. It's another layer of bureaucracy. Okay, why not try it? See, this, folks, I'm sorry, but this leads into my thought here and our Facebook question of the day, facebook.com/Voice of CT. Do you really think state lawmakers in Hartford and environmental groups are serious about lowering energy costs for consumers? Because I got to tell you something. There are a lot of people on the Democratic side of the aisle and the environmentalists who say, well, you know, if you lower the costs, you hamper the green energy initiative. So let's look at that from the other side. Is that not saying screw the consumer? Literally, blank you. That's what they're saying. We know that getting rid of that public benefits charge would save $30, $40, maybe $50, $60 a month on your bill. But you know what? We know better than you. Blank you. I mean, what else is it? Might it work? Maybe. Maybe not. Might it be a total disaster? Maybe. Might it be, meds on meds? Maybe. Might it be really good? Could be. But there's the fear that it might actually work. There's the fear that it might actually work. And it might, see, you have to understand something. There are people that don't want to see lower electric costs because that makes electricity maybe more competitive than using natural gas. Well, natural gas generates some of the electricity, but you know what I mean. If they're trying to get rid of something or a way to generate something, they want to get rid of that. The last thing they want is for that thing they're trying to get rid of to, in a sense, be a better buy. You don't want that. You don't want that to be a better buy. You'd rather go with solar panels. You'd rather go with wind power. You'd rather dump more money into that rat hole called the state pier. Except doing things like, building out the grid, getting more natural gas in here, and doing things that are common sense that even dummies like me can understand. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Do you think state lawmakers in Hartford and environmental groups are serious about lowering energy costs for consumers? I don't think they are. I don't think they are. They would rather keep the environmental groups happy. They would rather ensure their reelection because understand something, folks, and I keep telling this to you. Connecticut is a big little state, meaning if you get environmental groups to organize, which they have every right to do, I'm not saying they can. But if you get these groups to organize, and some of them do it very well, whether it's an environmental group, whether it's a gun owners group, whether it's a pro-choice group, whether it's any sort of a group, especially in the General Assembly, they can dictate elections, which is the way it should work. And don't you think that we don't move on things like a bear hunt and we don't move on things like electricity because there are lawmakers worried that they're gonna be defeated? Of course they're worried. They're not looking at the bigger picture. They're not. They're just not. And the notion that there is fear from some of these environmental groups that moving the public benefits charge off of your bill and your bill and your bill, the notion that that's a bad thing, that you could put it as a budget line and then have lawmakers debate it, that should tell you all you need to know. That there is a fear that politics could play a role in how things are funded. Well, really? You think so, Maude? So, look, I had to open with this. I read this late yesterday. I read it this morning. I read some of this stuff here. Not just, the Republicans were kind of quiet on this yesterday. Our buddies up there, Steve Harding, Eric Berthel, Ryan Fazio, they must have been, there had to be some good, hey, you GOP guys, text me. Was there a lot of popcorn up there yesterday? Was there a lot of was there MAGA popcorn up there yesterday as the Democrats were calling each other names? Norm Needleman called the suggestion that a new procurement system could save customers money. He said, quote, that is a, quote, lot of crap. Oh, there you go. Lot of crap, huh? Quote, people who trade and lose money and make money, he said, we provide stability, not a roulette wheel for electric rates, which some people think is a good idea. You like gambling? Go gamble. Play the market. Hey, Senator, Norm, hey, oofa. With all due respect, How are the electric bills doing? You're not doing a real good job. I know this was cumulative over years. I get it. But hey, let's not act like people are, from your district. Well, you're in a pretty affluent district. I get it. But let's not act like people are throwing rose petals at you in front of and back and where you walk. The change in pricing attempts to account for the success of solar rooftop installation, which have expanded to the extent that utilities have to raise rates in general to account for revenue losses. Similar measures have been put in place elsewhere in the country. Solar industry reps said they're threatened by a provision that would reduce the credit homeowners receive. Listen, I'm telling you, the entire energy policy of this state needs to be blown up. Figuratively, not literally. Relax. But the quicker and sooner it happens, the better it is. And you may hear me going, well, geez, Paul, what's your idea? I have no idea. I don't have ideas. I'm not paid to be an expert here. All I do say is ask people how their electric bills have changed over the years. Ask them how high this state is, and ask Governor Lamont that when you come right down to that, too, as well.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt northbound accident, exit 51, stay left to get through. On the Wilbur Cross northbound construction, exits 59 through 60, stay left to get around it. And in Lower Fairfield County, 95 north, just busy, but moving Stanford through Norwalk. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clear and chilly with a low in the mid-30s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 60. A big warm-up Saturday, cloudy with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You can travel across the country visiting colleges, or you can attend the Southern Connecticut College and Career Fair. The largest college and career fair in Connecticut is Tuesday, April 22nd at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. What's your next step after high school? Attend the Southern Connecticut College and Career Fair on April 22nd. It's free and open to all high school students and families. ctcollegefair.com. Sponsored by Chesla.
Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at progressive.com. That's progressive.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And, connecting this and connecting all the dots on this and dovetailing, I love that word. Let's dovetail, honey. Dovetailing back into our discussions over the past few days, you don't think prospective business owners or people who look at Connecticut either nationally or regionally to put their businesses in or set up or expand their businesses, you don't think that they don't keep tabs on the kindergarten going on here in the General Assembly between the environmentalists, the majority there, and everybody else when it comes to this energy stuff? Once again, this is another one of those problems in the state, whether it's our tax burden, one of the worst in the country, property taxes, total tax burden, utility rates, one of the worst in the country, education rates, reading, basic math scores by some people in this state, again, one of the worst, some of the worst anywhere in the country. You don't think that they look at this and say, God, they never fix anything, do they? They never really straighten anything out. And we don't. I'm not saying I have the answers. Don't come to me for the answers. But I think I can take the long view on this. I'm the guy in the upper deck with the Diet Coke, the French fries, and the 2 hot dogs, sitting there going, this guy, he's pretty good. He stinks, though. That's just me. So, again, let's see. And if you want to weigh in on this, you can. I've already got some wonderfully snarky answers today. But the site to go to is 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. That's our number. The site, facebook.com/voice of CT. Do you think state lawmakers in Hartford and all those environmental groups are really serious about lowering energy costs for state consumers? Or is it all a big show? Or is everybody saying, hey, I have to just say the right, long as I say the right thing, long as I say I'm concerned, long as I say, well, we need here's my favorite, a comprehensive long-term strategy or strategery. Should I just say this? Just say that. Just say it.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Linda Kenyon. A suspect is in custody after a shooting at Florida State University. Several people are injured. Blake Leonard is a student at that school.
I didn't physically see a shooter or anybody get shot. I just heard the shots pretty close to me and saw people running, so I was trying to get out of there too.
CBS's Scott McFarland says this is no isolated incident.
These incidents continue to recur in Florida, and we know from our CBS News reporting just down the street in Tallahassee this week, the state legislature was considering legislation to pull back some gun control measures in Florida.
Michael Price's daughter is a student at FSU.
We can't be a country that love our children and the citizens and continue to have the kind of gun policies we do. And I know everyone's going to say, no, don't rush to gun policy. Maybe some mental issues here or something, but we got to do something about that.
Price's daughter was not injured. The U.S. Supreme Court has agreed to hear arguments next month on President Trump's restriction on birthright citizenship. The president had issued an executive order to end birthright citizenship for children of those who are in the U.S. illegally, but that order remains on hold. States, immigrants, and rights groups have sued over the issue. President Trump has been displeased with Federal Reserve Board Chairman Jerome Powell, who said the president's trade tariffs are highly likely to generate at least a temporary rise in inflation.
I don't think he's doing the job. He's too late, always too late, a little slow, and I'm not happy with him.
The president also saying Powell has not been aggressive enough to cut interest rates, adding his termination cannot come fast enough, while James Sample, a professor of constitutional law at Hofstra Law School, says Trump's comments are unprecedented.
No president in American history has ever tried to remove a member of the Federal Reserve's board, let alone the chairman.
Powell's term as head of the independent agency does not expire until May of 2026. The lights are slowly coming back on as crews work to restore power after a blackout in Puerto Rico yesterday that left 1.4 million people in the dark and 328,000 with no running water. CBS's Manuel Bajorquez is in San Juan.
Luma, the utility here, says that within 48 hours they hope to have 90% of customers with their power restored. We're heading into the busy Easter weekend, which is a big deal here in this largely Catholic island.
This is the second island-wide blackout in less than 4 months. The cause not yet known, but Puerto Rico has had chronic outages due to hurricane damage. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
They told us nothing but lies.
These timeshare thieves out there are terrible.
They bullied us.
It was a nightmare. We felt stuck.
Our timeshare is all a scam.
They stole from us. They were thieves.
I was completely taken advantage of.
Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder and CEO of Wesley Financial Group, and I know the tough spot you're in. Are you asking yourself, why did I buy that timeshare? I'll tell you why, because that presentation wasn't a normal sales pitch. It was a show to convince you that timeshare is a great investment. They told you it was available today and today only. They said you're foolish if you don't buy, and unfortunately, you believed them. We get over 3,000 complaints a week from folks just like you that were misled into buying a timeshare. Give us a call. I guarantee you, if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-277-3355. 800-277-3355. 800-277-3355.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A new bill was introduced yesterday in a bipartisan effort to remove the public benefits charge from electricity bills. If passed, this bill would fund programs supported by the charge through the state instead of relying on money from ratepayers. Eversource and UI would remain as the primary providers of power in the state. Members of both parties expressed their support for the bill yesterday at a news conference attended by NBC. Waterbury Republican Representative Joe Paletta said the bill would provide assistance to numerous residents who are struggling to make ends meet.
It's no secret that Connecticut pays far too much for electricity.
Despite the involvement of state funds, the bill would not violate current fiscal guardrails. A 22-year-old woman who was helping to clean a Darien home is accused of stealing 3 Rolex watches from the house. Shanti Racinos of Stratford also allegedly stole a diamond bracelet and other items with the total value of the stolen items over $58,000. The owner of the Shady Acres home began noticing that items were missing in February, and police say it was found that Racinos had pawned the items. She's free on a promise to appear in court on April 28th. A Norwalk man has been arrested and charged with attempted murder in connection with a shooting last summer in Fairfield. Jaquan Rosado is also charged with first-degree assault, reckless endangerment, and criminal possession of a firearm. Rosado allegedly shot another man in the leg on Fisk Street in June of 2024. Police say the person who was shot was uncooperative, but the investigation determined that the shooting was part of an ongoing dispute between the suspect and the victim. A 27-year-old man is sentenced to spend 20 years in federal prison for his role in a violent Bridgeport street gang. Luis Garcia was sentenced yesterday in Bridgeport federal court for his actions while a member of the original North End gang. The group operated out of the Trumbull Gardens area of Bridgeport, with prosecutors saying they attacked rival gangs, robbed drug dealers, and stole vehicles. Garcia has been detained since he was arrested in 2021 and pleaded guilty to a racketeering charge in 2023. And some Americans are having conflicting views about the effects of artificial intelligence on society. Tammy Trujillo has the details.
According to a new poll from Quinnipiac University, more than 40% think AI is going to cause more harm than good in their everyday lives. More than 50% think it's going to cause harm in education, and nearly 60% think it will harm advances in medicine. More than half see it leading to fewer job opportunities.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound at least an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. A few breaks along the way through. The lower Merritt will save you the most time right now. And on 95 south out of New Haven, jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Northbound busy through Milford and Orange. Wilbur Cross overall is a little bit easier. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight. Chilly with a low in the mid-30s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 60. Saturday cloudy and warmer with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, maybe I'm reading this all wrong. You tell me. Talk or text at 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. I don't know. Do you like paying that public benefits charge on your electric bill? I don't know. Do you? Are you one of the people that say, hey, we need the green energy stuff. We need the best energy procurement. We need to still help people who couldn't pay their bills during COVID and all that? Because apparently now there's this big finger pointing, yelling at each other. Not necessarily Democrats versus Republicans, but Republicans sitting on the sideline and watching the Democrats, I guess, do it to each other. Chris had it in his news, and we're talking about it today. There is finally a bill. And by the way, this bill would have never happened were it not for you and you and you and you and all the people out there who got upset, who called this station, this show, other shows here, other talk stations around the state. Our friend Scott Pearson, who started that change.org petition, I think haven't checked it in a while, I think it's 65 or 70,000 people now. So that shows that you can have an effect on this. But now where the rubber does meet the road, you're seeing sand in the gears already. There was a big debate yesterday, public hearing in Hartford regarding this, saying, hey, okay, let's strip away the public benefits charge. Let's put it in the bonding issue every year, which doesn't please me in that way anymore. Put it in the bonding issue, or maybe, geez, I don't know, put it as a regular budget line. But again, people are already saying, we can't do this, you can't do that. Why do people do that? Do you believe, as I do, that the people that complain about stuff incessantly, maybe about just trying something different, what's wrong? It's a basic question I have. What's wrong, especially in this case, with power purchases, with distribution, with charges that people want on the public benefits bills? What's wrong with trying something a little different? Maybe you make the changes and you make it sunset after 1 year or two. See, that's another thing, too. I lose whatever little respect I have sometimes for lawmakers in this state when they sit back and say, well, they don't want to try something, and you ask them why. Well, they say, well, it could this and that, and it could this and that. Well, if it starts coulding, if there's a high could factor, Madam or Sir of the State House or State Senate, I have an idea. You stop it. You stop it after a year. Or you stop it after a couple of years. It's not like when you pass something, you can change it. You prefer it to stay that way, I know. Because you're turning lawmaking into nuclear physics when it doesn't have to be. And you've got hundreds of thousands of people now, right here in Connecticut, looking at that circus that you held in Hartford yesterday, with people yelling at each other. You don't know what you're talking about. The environmentalists' hair and ears are falling out. Hair's falling out. They look like Mr. Potato Head. They've got body parts flying. I mean, they're so nuts here. and is this somebody's ear? No, it's my nose. Let me have it. No, you know what I mean. I mean, they as my old pal, Glenn Beck used to say, get out the duct tape because there's going to be heads cracking. When Glenn and I used to work together. Oh, man. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Simple question today. It's not hard. It's not hard. Do you really think state lawmakers and the environmentalists, you think they're serious about lowering costs? Honestly, do you really think so? Come on. Do we have the Ann Hughes effect from Easton? What did she say the other day? Hey, tax my people, they won't even realize it. Paging Dr. Freud. Was old Sigmund going to digest that? Yikes. Oh, man. Andy's with us. Andy, good afternoon from beautiful downtown Derby. How are you?
Hey, Polich. It's not going to change as long as we keep voting in the same people.
Yep.
Yet we keep voting them in and expecting things to change. I mean, I don't know why we don't get that simple concept. Elections are coming up.
Yep.
Governor next year. Do we have any viable Republican opposition? Not that I've heard of, except the young woman in Cheshire, wherever she's from.
Who wants to challenge him, Andy, from that side? The guy's got a 63% approval rating. It's not like it's 53. It's not like, well, we could knock him down a little, give him some body shots, that'll soften him up. He's consistently in the low 60s, Andy. What do you do?
Well, we have either the second or third highest taxes to either New York or New Jersey. I think we shift between second and third.
Yeah.
Second highest energy rates to Hawaii, who imports everything.
Yeah.
We're a safe haven for illegals. We got street takeovers. Our educational system is wrecked. They want to teach kids critical race theory when they can't add and subtract. And yet he has a high approval rating.
Yeah.
Oh, what the F is wrong with us?
Andy, if I knew that, Andy, I would run for governor. Imagine
what
me
are
on
we
the ballot.
approving of?
Well, Andy.
Nobody likes Connecticut. Anybody with the wherewithal leaves. If I had the wherewithal, I would go.
You'd go? Really? You would?
But we approve of them.
Yeah.
No, it makes me sick to my stomach what these people are doing.
I know. And the answer,
Every
Andy?
time I hear William Wong, and it makes me want to throw up. And there's nothing I could do about it. Stand on my head, vote. It's not going to change. People keep doing the same thing, and we're going to complain and complain and complain. Nothing new. What do we do? I wish Themis would come out of hiding and take over as governor.
Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem. And Andy, thank you for the call. Appreciate it. You know what? Now, again, he mentioned Themis Claridus. Again, this is something I've said. We have had the capacity to have had some really good possible Republican candidates who have gotten out of the convention process with the nomination, all right? But some of the Republican dummy voters in this state have decided to gong Mark Mountain and to gong Themis Claridus and sit there with their mouths open when the people they do send to run for various spots end up losing.
Did you run out of the house and miss breakfast? And now there's nothing in the office kitchen? Then you need the WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll bring delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way around southern Connecticut until we reach your office. Sign up at voiceofct.com and a WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade will be on the way.
Chances are this has happened to you. You're driving in the rain and then... yeah, you meant to get those wipers replaced, but it was another one of those things you'd just let go, and then it was too late. Planning for retirement is a lot like those wipers. If you don't plan ahead, well, this happens. David Gagnon has been helping people plan ahead for retirement for over 3 decades. He can help you with financial surprises that pop up, like taxes on your Social Security check, sky-high Medicare premiums, income that doesn't keep up with inflation, and of course, losing money in a market downturn. Call David today for a free consultation. 203-872-0009. That's 203-872-0009. And make sure your retirement works like this and not like this. Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. By contacting us, you may be provided with information about insurance, including annuities. Licensed in Connecticut.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Experience the future of luxury with the new all-electric Escalade IQ, now available at Cadillac of Greenwich. Standard with hands-free driver assistance technology and Super Cruise. The Escalade IQ offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort with the longest range of any EV SUV. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic 2025 Cadillac Electric Escalade IQ.
Hello, Fairfield County. You're invited to come and enjoy the R.D. Cinto free community Shakespeare event series at R.D. Cinto in Shelton. Nights with Shakespeare features a dramatic weekly play reading of Twelfth Night with actor Leo Schaff. Nights with Shakespeare is free and open to the public. It's every Tuesday at 6:30, now through April 29th, at the Cinto Auditorium at 3 Corporate Drive in Shelton. Learn more and attend. Go to nightswithshakespeare.com for more information.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound at least an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. A few breaks along the way through. The lower Merritt will save you the most time right now. And on 95 south out of New Haven, jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Northbound busy through Milford and Orange. Wilbur Cross overall is a little bit easier. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clear and chilly with a low in the mid-30s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 60. A big warm-up Saturday, cloudy with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Get the straight story on everything that's going on around our state. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Call, text, or call, voice or text, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You want to give me the high sign on this, too. If you are a landlord out there, and these bills have come and gone in Hartford, but if you are a landlord out there, there's a bill still floating around there. And God bless those of you who are landlords. I don't think I could ever do it. And I know sometimes people say, well, I have a great tenant. They take care of the place. Okay, that's fortunate. I get that for you, but wow. There is this House Bill 6889 under this bill. And again, this is one of these bills where you're saying, well, wait a minute. Is this any business of the state? The state of Connecticut that just continuously sticks its nose into the private affairs of a landlord, a landlord that is following the law, we would assume, businesses, banks, people's finances. Under this bill, landlords would be required to provide a valid reason, such as non-payment, lease violations, or reclaiming a unit for personal use before terminating a lease. Really? The state's going to get involved in that too. A valid reason. How about, here's my valid reason. Go blank yourself. It's none of your business. I'm the landlord. I own the unit. Oh my God, we got to get involved in this too. Currently, no-cause evictions allow landlords to non-renew leases without explanation. Okay. Well, you're the landlord, aren't you? Don't you own the property? And I know that this is a problem. Some people have difficulties with this. I get it. But it's now the state's job to work on somebody's morals? Is that how this works? Currently, no-cause evictions allow landlords to non-renew leases without explanation, a practice that housing advocates say is often used to retaliate against tenants who report unsafe conditions or request repairs. Okay, I don't doubt that happens. All right? When I read stuff like this on the air to you, I'm quick to say, and I can see it in this situation, I don't doubt when that happens. But now all of a sudden, if you own X amount of units, you can't just say, no, I don't want to rent to you anymore. Now, of course, if that's based on race, skin color, or ethnicities, we have laws for that, don't we? But, I mean, what if, and I know you may want to draw a moral equivalency here, but what if a landlord just says, you know what, I could get 3 times the money for that unit? You may not like it. What's wrong with that? Should that be against the law? If he or she says, listen, I've decided to go a different direction with the unit, whatever. Why should that be? Unless there is valid proof that there is something to do with the current tenant's race, religion, national or ethnic origin, sexual preferences, whatever that is. Obviously, we're against that. I mean, there are discrimination laws, federal, local, whatever, national. But again, here is the state of Connecticut getting in everybody's business, often in areas where we already have protections here. Currently, no-cause evictions allow landlords to non-renew leases without explanations. And a housing advocate said, well, tenants currently speak up about mold or safety issues, and suddenly they're getting notices to vacate. Okay, I get that. But we have legal recourse for that, don't we? Why are we going to expand these laws to a landlord that may be grade A1 top shelf? When he or she gets a notice of, hey, there's something in the unit that should be cleaned up or repaired, and they go right in and they repair it, or they fix the rug, or they fix the leaking window, or they get rid of the mold or whatever. But then at the end of the lease, they say, hey, I love you, but, these units are going for 2 and 3 times what you're paying. What would you do in my situation? Rising rents, advocates say, are being driven by institutional investors buying up entire neighborhoods, disrupting housing stability for renters and homeowners alike. So wait a minute now. We're going to suddenly say who can buy a unit and who can't? Tell you, this is, I don't know. Everything and anything that's done on a scenario where this will be good, it invariably is going to start, trampling on people's rights. We understand they're bad and what happens in every line of work and every avocation in life, but come on, man. Again, another intrusion by the state in the personal business of its citizens.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound at least an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. A few breaks along the way through. The lower Merritt will save you the most time right now. And on 95 south out of New Haven, jamming through Longhorn going into West Haven. Northbound busy through Milford and Orange. Wilbur Cross overall is a little bit easier. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight. Chilly with a low in the mid-30s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 60. Saturday cloudy and warmer with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Let the original Vazis cater your next affair. From full-service off-site catering of any size or on-site in one of their private event rooms. Their menu showcases a selection of timeless and beloved dishes deeply rooted in Italian culinary traditions. From corporate events, weddings, and on-site food trucks, the Original Vazzi's can accommodate your needs and ensure a memorable culinary experience for you and your guests. Book your next event with the Original Vazzi's, Broadbridge Road, Bridgeport. TheOriginalVazzi's.com.
Experience unparalleled customer satisfaction at Sono Collision, where our excellence in service meets top-notch repair to restore your beloved vehicles. When you choose us, you're choosing supreme expertise that ensures flawless results. Be it minor dent or major damage, our skilled team breathes life back into your car. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, we've got your flooring needs covered. From intricate area rugs, durable vinyl and laminate to elegant stair runners. Shop anywhere, but make sure to see us before you buy. Visit courtesycarpet.com to explore our extensive selection. Visit Ellen, Jay, and the team at Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Trust us, the experts in quality flooring. Because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is our courtesy.
You are listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
This is WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Special Report. A shooting at Florida State University has injured several people, including a suspect who is in custody. President Trump, after being briefed on the shooting.
It's a shame. It's a horrible thing. Horrible that things like this take place.
The campus remains on high alert, according to CBS's Chanel Call.
Students are now sheltering in place. We're told all the classes and activities that would take place on campus, those have now been canceled.
While students were urged to shelter in place, this student says many just bolted.
I think it took a minute for everybody to process what was going on. So whenever I heard the shots, it was like a couple people running, maybe like 12 or 20 people running out of the direction. And then I looked back and I saw everybody flooding out of the Union and everything. And I was probably like a couple hundred people trying to get out of there.
Tallahassee Memorial Healthcare confirms 6 patients, 5 are in serious condition, 1 critical. CBS News Special Report. I'm Linda Kenyon.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The man accused of killing his girlfriend, Christine Holloway, in her Ansonia apartment testified in his own defense. Jose Morales told the jury in his Milford Superior Court murder trial yesterday that intruders killed Holloway with a crowbar and kidnapped their 14-month-old daughter in 2019. Morales testified that he was worried if he called police, his daughter would be killed, and that he left the home. Morales continued testifying under direct examination today. A Bridgeport police officer who was arrested for assault in Stratford has resigned from the force. City officials have confirmed that Jairo Francisco Bastidas Arellano tendered his resignation on March 31st. Bastidas Arellano was arrested in February on charges that include third-degree assault, strangulation, and unlawful restraint. He's free on $10,000 bond and is due back in court on May 6th. Payer College in Bridgeport, which lost its accreditation last month, is going to shut down. The State Office of Higher Education was notified on Tuesday. The private art school had been closed since last fall, but had previously filed an appeal in an attempt to reopen. Payer has reportedly given no specific reason for closing. The state has launched a reporting tool for entities in Connecticut impacted by recent federal actions. The reporting tool is for cities and towns, businesses, and nonprofits that are experiencing pauses, cancellations, or reductions in federal funding. It is also seeking information about reductions in employment and impacts from tariffs from impacted entities. Governor Ned Lamont says the state government has an important responsibility in responding to this crisis, and this tool will shed more light on the impacts. Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz met with Planned Parenthood and other advocates yesterday to discuss reproductive health in an attempt to protect Title X from a potential freezing by the Trump administration. In a news conference attended by WTNH-TV News 8, Bysowitz highlighted the potential consequences.
Withholding these funds is really an attempt to cut off access to birth control, cancer screenings, STI and STD testing, and reproductive health care in general. This is a major public health concern.
However, anti-abortion activists are pushing back, with Chris Healy of the Connecticut Catholic Conference telling News 8 the move was nothing more than appeasing the Democrats.
There is no shortage of ability to take innocent life in this state through abortion clinics, and this is nothing more than just simple politics to assuage the abortion lobby that all is well with them.
Title X was established in 1970 to provide reproductive health care to people with low incomes. Connecticut Attorney General William Tong is leading a coalition of 20 attorneys general trying to block what is described by some as, quote, erratic and unlawful mismanagement at the Social Security Administration. The AGs have filed a brief hoping to block the Department of Government Efficiency from what they describe as, quote, jeopardizing payments to millions of Americans. Tong said because of DOGE, Social Security Administration employees report chaos that has, quote, threatened to send the agency into a death spiral. Connecticut is declining to sign the Trump administration's request that it comply with their diversity, equity, and inclusion orders. State Education Commissioner Charlene Russell Tucker says the state already is in full compliance with Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Title VI bans discrimination based on race, color, or national origin in programs or activities that receive federal financial assistance. Connecticut Education Association President Kate Diaz spoke with WFSB Channel 3 and called the move by the administration an overreach.
Everything that is going on in our public schools is the will of our public schools, it's the will of our communities, and it's the right thing to do for our students and community members.
However, state Republicans are largely standing by President Trump's policy. State Republican Party Chair Ben Proto says the state is not in compliance with Title VI. In a conversation with Channel 3, Proto says DEI programs have no place in the country, let alone the classroom.
When you start to pick and choose the laws you're going to abide by, that's when you begin to see anarchy.
Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal is warning about the planned closing of the Federal Emergency Management Agency regional office in Boston. He highlighted the dangers in a conversation with News 12.
FEMA is closing its only office in New England, which means we'll have no representation in this area of the country, further endangering cities and towns like Bridgeport, which probably will be denied the $47.5 million for flooding relief that it is due.
Blumenthal went on to say that when a natural disaster hits, FEMA has been a vital part of the emergency response in collaboration with local and state agencies. And Travelers is reporting that it turned a profit in the first quarter of this year, despite massive losses from the California wildfires. The Hartford-based insurer is reporting wildfire losses of $1.7 billion for the quarter. Despite the massive hit, Travelers is still reporting a $395 million profit for the first quarter. Travelers reported $5 billion in total profits in 2024. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident, exit 8. Left lane is out until it's gone. 95 overall over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. Parkway overall is a little bit easier. 95 south jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Northbound side, plenty of company coming back through Milford and Orange. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clear and chilly with a low in the mid-30s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 60. A big warm-up Saturday. Cloudy with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So at least they're trying. At least there is a movement. There's a little bit of movement in Hartford to get rid of that public benefits charge if you're an UI or an Eversource customer. And it looks like the main two electric utilities, UI and Eversource, and some, legislators on both sides of the aisle say, hey, maybe that's got to go. But no, the environmental groups, they say, no, we can't do that because we must fund green energy because that charge, that public benefits charge, it's got to fund that green energy. And I sat and I read this story late yesterday, early today, and I'm saying to myself, so they would rather, a lot of folks, I can't say you and I can say you, but not I, because, I live in Wallingford, and we have our own power company there, our own grid. We scout around, we buy the cheapest power we can, whatever, although my bill's up a little bit over the past couple of months, but that's just me being lazy with the power. But there's a push here to, allow maybe more shopping for power. But the green energy folks are saying, no, we can't have this public benefits charge lopped over to a regular line item on the budget. So I asked today, Facebook.com/Voice of CT, do you really think state lawmakers in Hartford and environmental groups are serious about lowering energy costs for consumers? Do you think they're serious about this? Or do they huddle up in the back and they say, hey, screw them. They'll pay what we want them to pay. Our own Chris Williams is intrepidly looking over some of those responses we have. Chris, what do you have for us there?
Well, Meldor has said no, they would have done something about it already, but instead they just cry about Trump. For the only answer, that was a good one, I thought.
All right. What else? No, I think we have a few more there. If you go to, if you hit the view more comments there, what do we have there? I think we've got a few more there to this one at Facebook.com/Voice of CT. Are you not getting it?
No, that's the only one I see.
You probably should refresh your page. I think that might be what is tagging us here. Unless I have the super secret Facebook key, and you don't. No?
No.
Well, that's odd. All right, I'll fill in a few here. We have to make sure the Facebook gremlins are not. Maybe William Tong is holding your stuff back. I'm sorry. Steven says, no, I believe they're trying to increase it just to say we told you so. Dave says, not really. They'll try and pacify us, or they try and pacify us so often that the people forget about what they haven't done. All right, there you go. 203-333-9422. Although it was interesting yesterday to see Norm Needleman and John Fonfara, Needleman from the Shoreline, John Fonfara from Hartford, going at it on power. Because, see, they don't really want lower power. And the green crowd, they don't want to do it either. They don't want to do it either. Because, again, if they pass this bill, understand something. Let me bottom line it for you. If they pass this bill, the average bill will go down $40 to $60 a month, and that cost will be moved over to a general budget line where, oh, my God, lawmakers that you and I elect, they may actually have to go on the record about this. See, that's the problem, too. A lot of the spineless crowd in Hartford on the Democratic side, they don't want to go on the record about it. They don't, because then they fear the green vote come Election Day. Jose in Shelton's here. Jose, how are you?
What's going on, Paul? I just wanted a beautiful day out here.
Yeah.
Beautiful day.
Yeah.
Beautiful day out here in Shelton. In case you don't know, I don't think you're aware of it. There's a special election going on in Shelton.
Here we go. Yeah. When's that going?
Great candidate,
Yeah.
Democratic candidate.
Okay.
Mike Duncan. He's gonna win the election.
You sure?
Yeah, his opponent.
Yeah. Let's not. All right, we don't need this. Come on. I know you're trying to get a free campaign ad here.
Mike Duncan, top line all the way.
There you go. Okay, goodbye. Yes, with the election in Shelton. Jeez. When was that election? Next Tuesday, right? It's the whenever that is, the 20 whatever. We have to put Jose on super secret probation because of that. 203-333 9422-333-WICC as we continue right here, right now on Connecticut Today.
This is the Duchess Restaurant Concert Guide. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Here's this week's concert listing. Friday, April 18th, Patti LaBelle takes the stage at Mohegan Sun Arena at 7:30 p.m. And Tom Jones is at Foxwoods at Premier Theater at 7 p.m. Also on Friday the 18th, it's St. Vincent at College Street Music Hall in New Haven. That starts at 7. And Danny Boone of Rehab and Scotty Austin, formerly of Saving Abel, with an acoustic show at the Webster in Hartford, doors at 7. Then on Saturday the 19th, it's Melissa Etheridge with Joss Stone at Foxwoods, doors at 7. And the Rocket Man Show, Elton John tribute at the Toyota Oakdale Theater, is at 7:30.
The Duchess Restaurant Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of our 12 Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice, quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. Which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner, so he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto.
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at babbel.com. BABBEL.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident, exit 8. Left lane is out until it's gone. 95 overall over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. Parkway overall is a little bit easier. 95 south jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Northbound side, plenty of company coming back through Milford and Orange. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight. Chilly with a low in the mid-30s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 60. Saturday cloudy and warmer with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
He's got everything you need to know before you get home. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, here, open lines. Hey, coming up next hour, we'll talk to a local Republican Fairfield County-based registrar of voters, talking about some of the recent comments by our own Secretary of the State, Stephanie Thomas, where she used a Nazi Germany analogy when talking about a Trump White House proposal, and she says she didn't mean anything by it, and she tried to explain her way out of this, and myself, along with my guest, among others, saying you just made the situation worse. So we'll talk about that with her coming up just after the news straight away. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Back to that post, and Chris's terminal is having a little problem with seeing some of the answers there. Maybe he's on super secret probation. I don't know. So again, the question I asked today, do you really think state lawmakers in Hartford and the environmental groups are serious about lowering energy costs for consumers? Meldor, as Chris said no, they would have done something about it already, but instead they just cry about Trump. Steve said, no, I think they're trying to increase it just to say we told you so. Carl says we can only hope. Dave says not really. They try to pacify us every so often. Then the people forget about what they haven't done. Could be, Dave. Could definitely be. John says, nope. You know what makes lying so easy? People believe you. That's what makes it so easy. And lawmakers and environmentalists, well, they lie. With a couple of exclamation points there. Paul says lawmakers are powerless to lower rates. Well, Paul, I will respectfully disagree with you. You can negotiate a rate. That's why Senator Fonfara, for example, is proposing this new body that some say is a great idea and some say is a waste of time. Perhaps you can get a better rate if you decide to buy X amount of kilowatt hours over a certain stretch of time. So there are ways to massage that, as we say. So we'll keep an eye on this and any fallout here. Again, the big disagreement in what we saw yesterday was not Democrat versus Republican. It was Democrat versus Democrat. And it was environmentalists versus Democrats as well, as the oddities continue in Hartford and in D.C. Joining us right now, CBS News legal analyst, does an excellent job, Thane Rosenbaum, because there's nothing ever lacking, Thane, is there, on a day with the Trump White House, is there?
Paul, everything's unprecedented. It's an adventure for people like me. People always say, "What do you think is going to happen?" And I go, "I have no idea. This has never happened before. How am I?" The legal system works on precedent.
Yeah.
But when things are unprecedented, you can't ask a legal analyst what he thinks or she thinks.
Yeah.
It's never happened.
Yeah, because I know a lot of you folks, and believe me, I have lawyers and relatives in the business, Thane, in real estate, in litigation, in criminal law, and they all tell me the only questions we feel good with are the ones we know the answers to, right?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, we live on they call that stare decisis. The whatever happened before gives you a guidance on what to do now. But everything with Donald Trump for the last 8 years or so, it's all new territory.
Couple things today, Thane. Quickly, again, this story of this guy who was, quote unquote, mistakenly deported. And now, I don't know whether you saw this, there's a trickle of stuff coming out from the DOJ laid as well. The way there's evidence the guy is part of MS-13. No, that's not evidence. That's hearsay. Is any of this going to change, you think? Or what's your gut feeling on this?
I mean, the people that have been critical of all of Donald Trump's executive orders keep pointing out, especially in the areas of deportation, they take particular positions. They say, well, there's no evidence with students. There's no evidence of a crime, right? Everyone's, throwing out the one thing that they think they can get. So in this case, it was, well, there's no evidence that he's a member of a gang. He's a father in Maryland who may not have been a legal resident, but he was subject to withholding of deportation, but he was supposed to be removed, but he's not a criminal. So Donald Trump said, well, we're going to go with the criminals first. So I think the people that are critical of Donald Trump said, aha, look what you did here. You sent a father away from Maryland. So clearly the Trump White House went to the Justice Department and said, can we find out what kind of court filings have been issued in earlier cases? Because he had a number of immigration matters.
Yeah.
This would be now the second time of his removal. And so apparently, I guess, they located some documents that show that he was, in fact, a gang member at some point or had some kind of affiliations. And he also had spousal abuse in his past. And the reason to do that, I guess, is to embarrass the Maryland senator who flew all the way to El Salvador pleading on behalf of a person who's a spousal abuser. And I think this was too good an opportunity for the Republicans that he went all the way to El Salvador to make a point that, and what is the point? Well, here's the point. If he could somehow be returned to the United States through some miracle, it would require a miracle, the Trump administration would seek his removal again, and he would then be deported. So the only thing he's being brought back to do is to stand before a judge and claim that he's not a gang member. It wouldn't make a difference. Most people don't realize if you're before an immigration judge, which is not an Article III court, it's under the executive branch.
Yeah.
So when you hear the words immigration judge, you should think of, well, they're different. They're judges that work for the executive branch. That means they work for the president. So immigration judges historically kick you out. You do not get if you go before immigration judge. This is so crazy about what people are talking about here. No one seems to be worried about the tens of thousands of people, maybe not hundreds of thousands, who come before immigration judges, speak no English, there's no translator, and they don't have a lawyer. So for all this talk about due process, really, None of those people have anything near due process. They don't have a lawyer. They don't speak English, and someone gives them a 15-minute hearing that no one knows what he said, and then he's gone. So that's what's really, to show you how political this is. Now we're fighting over people who in the ordinary sense wouldn't even have a lawyer. But now, because the country is so polarized, immigration and how people are being deported becomes the big ticket item when, in fact, no one's asking how's it usually done. And it's not like this.
Yeah, and finally, Thane, what did I see here? Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, he's now suing the Trump White House and I guess the president himself on some of these tariffs. Did I read that right?
Yeah, so he's taken his cue from a number of small businesses that brought an action against the Trump administration in the International Court of Claims, trade court. So that deals with legal matters dealing with trade and commerce. Gavin Newsom is saying California is the fourth largest economy in the world. That's his point. And we have an agricultural base that is totally dependent on what we do with Canada and Mexico. And you are going to, you, Mr. President, under the Constitution, have nothing to do with taxes and tariffs. That's a congressional thing. That's not you. So here you are putting our state out of business. So you've clearly overreached your constitutional authority. You know what Donald Trump says? He says, well, there actually is a statute that says during times of economic emergency, the president can step in and issue rulings, orders, in order to keep the country on track economically. And fentanyl is coming from China, and I'm trying to seal off borders and pick up, make sure that the country has national security. So that's another constitutional question that's going to be raised. It's true the president doesn't have authority over taxes usually, but are we in an economic crisis? And if we are, Donald Trump is going to point to that statute and say that this gives me the latitude to impose these new tariffs.
Interesting stuff. Thane, as always, great explanations. Love the stuff. Thane Rosenbaum, CBS News. Thane, thanks. Have a good few days, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, bye-bye. There you go. And I'm glad Thane came on with us. He did it last minute today. Our original guy, Scott McFarland, you hear at the top of the hour news. He's now been moved to covering that horrible shooting down there at Florida State. At least 6 people shot. I'm glad he brought up that Maryland guy. Remember I mentioned over the past few days, can we get more information on this Maryland guy? Well, it turns out yesterday, right around the time we got off the air yesterday, 5:30, 6 o'clock, there was a kind of a document drop there by the Justice Department on past run-ins this Maryland guy had with authorities. And this is why I said, well, there's got to be something in this guy's past. And it turns out there is. Deported and entered the country a few times, spousal abuse, unverified allegations that he's a gang member. So again, you can debate the Trump policy all you know. Don't cry for this Maryland guy. He's not some innocent father here. He has a criminal record. Spousal abuse is on his record. And Thane's point there, hope he didn't miss it, he would have said, the guy would have got bounced anyway for re-entering the country once or twice for the spousal abuse. Now, he said something in a roundabout way that I have also read over the past few days. Was this all a plan? Now, think about this. Chris Van Hollen goes down there, has this big news conference, and then the White House and the Justice Department does this document drop last night. Was this all maybe a little bit of a setup to, I don't know, embarrass the other side? May have been. Who knows? Traffic and weather together right here, right now. It's a Thursday on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident, exit 8. Left lane is out until it's gone. 95 overall over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. Parkway overall is a little bit easier. 95 south jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Northbound side, plenty of company coming back through Milford and Orange. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clear and chilly with a low in the mid-30s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 60. A big warm-up Saturday. Cloudy with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
This is Melissa for Stanford Health. When it comes to heart and vascular care, we want the best. And some of the best heart care in the world is right here at Stanford Health, starting with their partnership with Columbia University Irving Medical Center. And Stanford Health isn't just Lower Fairfield County's only open heart surgery program. They're its most extensive cardiac program. Period. World-class heart and vascular care is closer to home at Stanford Health. For more, visit stanfordhealth.org/heart.
Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at progressive.com. That's progressive.com.
All right, we will crawl it up to news here right now at WICC. Coming up, more on the controversy surrounding recent statements. We have them on a recording from the Secretary of the State, Stephanie Thomas. All that and more coming up.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Linda Kenyon. A suspect is in custody after a shooting at Florida State University. At least 6 people have been injured. Ryan Cedergran was inside the Student Union building when the shots rang out.
I was calm, I think, throughout most of it. There were people around me that were panicking.
This student ran for safety.
I was just running in the direction that everybody else was running, trying to get out of there. And then once I felt like I was at a safe enough distance, I went to my car to get off campus because I didn't know where that shooter was going to be going or anything like that.
Another student clearly shaken.
I just feel awful for the students on there having to go through these emotions right now, dealing with feeling scared for their lives, honestly. It's really scary.
Law enforcement says it has neutralized the threat, but also urged students to avoid several buildings on campus, saying they are still an active crime scene. An appeals court is calling the Trump administration's defiance over deportation flights to El Salvador shocking. Before the ruling, President Trump stood by the deportations, but also referred reporters to lawyers handling the case.
That's what the public wanted, and that's what I'm doing. But you have to speak to the lawyers because it's up to them.
At Harvard, protests growing after the Trump administration took aim at the school's international students and its tax-exempt status. Harvard is the first university to openly defy the administration's demands related to activism on campus, anti-Semitism, and diversity. CBS's Stacey Lynn reports on the progress of a minerals deal with Ukraine.
While the details are still being worked out, President Trump says the deal is back on track.
We have a minerals deal, which I guess is going to be signed on Thursday, Scott, next Thursday, soon. And I assume they're going to live up to the deal, so we'll see.
The initial agreement fell through when Ukrainian President Zelensky clashed with the president in the Oval Office at the end of February. Trump has demanded the deal as a payback for the weapons and aid the U.S. provided Ukraine during the over 3-year-old war. Stacey Lynn, CBS News, Washington.
President Trump praising the Texas House for passing school choice vouchers.
President Trump on social media calling this a gigantic victory for Texas students. Senate Bill 2 would give parents more than $10,000 in taxpayer money through an education savings account to send their child to a private school. Republican State Rep Brad Buckley.
Empowering parents to choose the educational path that best fits their child's needs.
State House Democrats had been able to kill similar bills in the past. If the Senate approves the House changes, Governor Abbott will sign it into law.
KRLD's Chris Fox. On Wall Street, the Dow lost more than 520 points. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at progressive.com.
They told us nothing but lies.
These timeshare thieves out there are terrible.
They bullied us.
It was a nightmare. We felt stuck.
Our timeshare is all a scam.
They stole from us. They were thieves.
I was completely taken advantage of.
Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder and CEO of Wesley Financial Group, and I know the tough spot you're in. Are you asking yourself, why did I buy that timeshare? I'll tell you why, because that presentation wasn't a normal sales pitch. It was a show to convince you that timeshare is a great investment. They told you it was available today and today only. They said you're foolish if you don't buy, and unfortunately, you believed them. We get over 3,000 complaints a week from folks just like you that were misled into buying a timeshare. Give us a call. I guarantee you, if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-277-3355. 800-277-3355. 800-277-3355.
The Huskies, the Nittany Lions, the Orange. Attention high school students. Tuesday, April 22nd is the Southern Connecticut College and Career Fair. Meet admissions counselors from over 175 colleges and businesses. Explore your next step after high school at the Southern Connecticut College and Career Fair, April 22nd from 4:30 to 7:30 p.m. at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. It's free and open to all students and families. Info at ctcollegefair.com. Presented by Chesla.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Connecticut is declining to sign the Trump administration's request that it comply with their diversity, equity, and inclusion orders. State Education Commissioner Charlene Russell Tucker says the state already is in full compliance with Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Title VI bans discrimination based on race, color, or national origin in programs or activities that receive federal financial assistance. Connecticut Education Association President Kate Diaz spoke with WFSB Channel 3 and called the move by the administration an overreach.
Everything that is going on in our public schools is the will of our public schools, it's the will of our communities, and it's the right thing to do for our students and community members.
However, state Republicans are largely standing by President Trump's policy. State Republican Party Chair Ben Proto says the state is not in compliance with Title VI. In a conversation with Channel 3, Proto says DEI programs have no place in the country, let alone the classroom.
When you start to pick and choose the laws you're going to abide by, that's when you begin to see anarchy.
And Americans are having conflicting views about the effects of artificial intelligence on society. Tammy Trujillo has those details.
According to a new poll from Quinnipiac University, more than 40% think AI is going to cause more harm than good in their everyday lives. More than 50% think it's going to cause harm in education, and nearly 60% think it will harm advances in medicine. More than half see it leading to fewer job opportunities.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident, exit 8. Left lane is out until it's gone. 95 overall over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. Parkway overall is a little bit easier. 95 south jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Northbound side, plenty of company coming back through Milford and Orange. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight. Chilly with a low in the mid-30s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 60. Saturday cloudy and warmer with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And to all the people that have called this show, this station, and really other stations across the state and have signed a change.org petition from our buddy Scott Pearson. We have to have Scott on again. Haven't checked in with him in a while. To all those people, to people that have just reacted to this story, kudos to you, because what happened yesterday and what we're talking about and what we've been talking about for a great part of the show today shows that you, even if you're in the minority politically in this state, you can still have an effect. Now a bill has been introduced in Hartford that, guess what, would get rid of that public benefits charge on your electric bill, whether you're a UI customer or a customer of a much bigger utility, Eversource. And it would mandate that any money that would have been raised by that public benefits charge not come from you and you or you over there, the ratepayers of Eversource and or UI. It would come from either bonding out, because Lord knows we love to bond stuff out. We did it again to the tune of another $600 million. It would have to be bonded out, or it would be, I know, EGAD's a separate budget line. So good for you. You folks made a difference. And it wasn't only Republicans. It was a lot of Democrats, too, who say, hey, what is this extra 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 bucks a month doing here? But there's a problem. There's infighting with the Democrats. Okay, fine. I know the Republicans were probably chowing down on the popcorn or the pork rinds yesterday, watching all this going, ha, 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 ha. But it's all the environmental groups who are out there saying, well, here's what they're telling you. The environmental groups are saying, no. The Sierra Club and all these environmental groups are saying, hey, no, that charge has to stay there because you have to pay for these green energy initiatives. You have to pay for them. You have to pay for them. So I simply ask the question, do you really think state lawmakers in Hartford and environmental groups are serious about lowering energy costs for consumers? Simple question. Talk or text 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I mean, you had environmental leaders in Hartford saying with a straight face, well, no, wait a minute. We can't have this or these public benefit numbers taken off the bill because then that would subject them to politics. Well, yeah, maybe that's what should happen. Maybe that's what should happen. So again, talk or text 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, because I don't think there is, now maybe that's changing, hopefully with what we saw yesterday it is, but I don't think there's a real push. I just don't, especially among the environmental crowd. To have you and you and you and you over there and you over there actually pay less money. Because remember, they don't like the conventional ways of generating electricity. They don't want oil. They don't want coal. They don't want nuclear. They don't like natural gas. The governor got booed over that. We got people getting booed over running more power lines in from the north or more gas lines in from New York. So again, what you tell me, what is the green energy environment standing for? Except having you pay as much money as possible.
You listen to Melissa in the Morning, live from the Voice of Connecticut studios. But now, she's coming to your town. It's the WICC Brown Roofing Melissa in the Morning Diner Tour. Thursday mornings starting May 1st. Join Melissa Sheketoff as she broadcasts live from diners across Fairfield County. She'll interview local leaders, selectmen, and everyone that makes your town great. Get a full schedule at voiceofct.com and join us. Presented by Maritime Chevrolet, AARP Connecticut, and Connecticut Education Association.
A.G. Williams Painting, A.G. Williams Painting, the people you trust to do the job right.
Imagine your house perfectly painted. Fresh colors, clean lines, looking better than ever. And now imagine a painting experience that's just as good. We're talking friendly painters, easy communication, and never feeling in the dark. With A.G. Williams Painting, you don't have to imagine it.
A.G. Williams Painting, the people you trust to do the job right.
A.G. Williams Painting has been painting in your neighborhood since 1906, and they know how to do it right. You'll love their team, too. A.G. Williams Painting has career craftspeople who are totally dedicated to their work and invested in your project. That means peace of mind and a paint job you can be proud of.
A.G. Williams Painting, A.G. Williams Painting. people you trust to do the job right.
When you've been hurt in an accident, you need someone by your side to help you through the injury and legal process. It's comforting to know that Ganem Injury Lawyers are there when it matters most. With decades of experience helping injured accident victims, Ganem Injury Lawyers will take on the insurance companies to get you the settlement you deserve. Trust attorney George Ganem to fight for you. GanemInjuryLawyers.com or call 203-713-8383 for a free consultation. By your side when it matters.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Toyo tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Toyo tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for a new set of Toyo tires, there's only one place to go, because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Imagine talking to thousands of local consumers about your business. You will with your ads on the Voice of Connecticut.
It all comes up to your sales rep. Here, Maria, my sales rep, try to understand my business, customize my need, and that make it different than any other experience that I have.
Real stories, real results. It's why advertising on the Voice of Connecticut works. Learn more. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons, the last encores. August 2nd at Mohegan Sun Arena. Get tickets Friday, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a solid hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport, a few breaks along the way. The parkway is at least slightly easier out of New Haven. 95 south jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. And you're busy but moving through Brantford as well. Wilbur Cross overall is a bit quicker. Traffic report powered by Bridgeport Rescue Mission. Bridgeport Rescue Mission provides vital services to men, women, and children facing hunger, homelessness, and addiction. If you or a loved one need help, visit BridgeportRescueMission.org for more information. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clear and chilly with a low in the mid-30s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 60. A big warm-up Saturday, cloudy with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Listen on Alexa.
And you'll never miss a moment.
Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So Stephanie Thomas, one of the constitutionally elected officers of the state, she is the Secretary of the State of Connecticut. She's been on this radio station several times. She finds herself in a little bit of a controversy, doesn't seem to be going away now. The secretary, Madam Secretary, was addressing what was supposed to be, or I guess was billed at, or is, a nonpartisan event a few days ago. We'll get to that momentarily. And she was talking about a controversial proposal from the White House, from the Trump White House. You probably heard about this, how to prove you're a citizen or citizenship when you vote or when you register. And she made a reference to Nazi Germany. And it has been denounced to the credit of both parties on both sides. But a lot of people are saying, you know, you don't do that accidentally. Oops, made a Nazi reference. As Kevin Reddy points out in his Daily Ructions column, about the only guy that has license to do that and get away with it is Mel Brooks. if you remember the movie and the play. So this audio was sent to Kevin Rennie of this gathering, and I'm going to play just a few seconds of it. The quality is not great. It's not outstanding here, but there is a reference here to the Nazi SS, or in a sense, Hitler's police force. It's a few-second reference. Again, the quality is not really good, but she admits what she says.
I'm probably going too far. It sounds a little bit like the SS to me, but...
I'm probably going a little too far. It sounds like the SS to me. Yeah, that was probably a little too far, Madam Secretary. And she issued a mea culpa. She said, quote, I understand if my comments made you feel something that was not my intent. Because it wasn't my intent, you have my apologies if you felt personally attacked. That could not be further from my goal. I do not look at this group as a Republican or Democratic. I look at this group as election administrators. I can see how some Republicans thought my comments were aimed at them, but they were not. They were aimed at policies. Little verbal twister there. Joining us right now to comment on that, Wilton resident, Annalisa Stravato. You know the name. She's been around for years. She's on the Wilton Republican Town Committee, one of the two registrars of voters in the town of Wilton, former vice chair of the Connecticut Republican Party, delegate to the RNC. First time we've had her on. Annalisa, hi, it's Paul. Good afternoon. How are you?
Hello, Paul. Very good. Thank you for having me on.
Well, first of all, Annalisa, let me ask, were you at that meeting or not?
I was at the conference, yes.
And you heard that, Annalisa, and you went, because the room kind of went silent after that for a few seconds. What was your initial thought when you heard that?
So I was actually not in the room when she made the statement. Yeah. I was outside in the lobby, but I received a text message. And also, as I was making my way back into the hall, ran into several Republican registrars who were just appalled. But I have since, like you played, listened to the actual audio. And suffice it to say, Secretary Thomas has an opinion about our president and those who support him. But that was not the room for that to be shared. ROVAC is a committee that is made up of bipartisan professionals. And I feel very confident that they will do their job and uphold their oath. Mm-hmm. However, she did pierce a very delicate veil of trust. And for that, I think she needs to be held accountable for.
There are things, and I do this for a living, right, Annalisa, and once or twice a show, I sit back there and I say, well, gee, should I have said that? I'm sure there are times in your career in public service with the RNC or locally where you say stuff and you're like, nah, but...
No doubt.
Yeah, but there's some things that, like, you just don't go to accidentally. Or flippantly. And I think especially in this case, I ain't buying that, well, whatever her, with all due respect to her, whatever her apology said, I mean, she talked about the Nazi SS. I mean, come on.
Well, I can appreciate that she sent a apology. However, it was more of a word salad apology. And to me, to make an off-the-cuff remark in quotes, I feel that those off-the-cuff remarks are an indication of how someone really feels.
Yeah.
Because you're absolutely right. We usually make those mistakes when we are voicing something that we truly believe in, and that gives me a lot of pause, because she is, an elected official who represents all voters.
And you're right. And look, does she have opinions on policies from the White House? I'm sure she does. I'm sure she's not in favor of those, as many of my own Democratic friends are not in favor of those. But again, Annalisa, when you do the Hitler thing, it's kind of, So do you think personally that her apology may have fallen a little short, or are you satisfied with it, or too much of a word salad, as you said?
I feel that it fell a little bit short. I would hope that Secretary Thomas will do better. I think that our registrars deserve better. I think our election process does better with it. And I think the people of Connecticut deserve better than what has taken place.
Let me ask you here before we wrap up. There's so much talk, Annalisa, on the federal level, and even now in the state level with Bridgeport. Hello, with everything going on in the Bridgeport area, other allegations. Are we doing enough here? Both sides, Republican and Democrats, are we doing enough here to, even though things rarely supposedly happen, to just make sure the process from voter rolls to voter registration to more and more use of absentee ballots, are we really running a tight ship here, or are there things we could be doing better?
I think there are things that we could be doing better. But at the end of the day, this falls on the registrar of voters. And I feel confident that they will be able to deliver, safe elections. We can always add more protection. We can always add different layers. In my opinion, even one inaccurate vote or, vote that shouldn't be taking place is one too many. I think it is a sacred privilege to be able to cast that vote. And I think it should be treated as such.
Finally, one thing that Secretary Thomas was very vocal about, and I supported her wholeheartedly on the show here. She's really banging the gong here, Annalisa, that the cities and towns need more money if we're going to be doing this expanded voting, this early voting. She got up there chastising members of her own party for that. Are you in agreement with that? Is Hartford falling short a little bit in giving you guys and gals the money you need to do this correctly on a municipal level?
Well, Hartford gave us a unfunded mandate that I think was not totally thought out. I also feel that the way the question was put on the ballot was a bit ambiguous. I think they were expecting a completely different process. And I do believe that Hartford needs to provide the monies to the towns to be able to, administer accurate and safe elections. It is the fundamental starting point of our democracy, and it should be protected.
Annalisa Stravato, one of the two registrars of voters in the beautiful town of Wilton. Annalisa, thanks. You've got the number. Don't be a stranger, and I'm sure we'll talk down the road. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Paul. Pleasure. Take care.
Appreciate it. Annalisa Stravato, one of the two Wilton registrars of voters. She's on the Wilton Republican Town Committee, former vice chair of the Connecticut Republican Party, and she was selected to represent Connecticut as a committee woman to the Republican National Committee. So there you go. So as she said, she thought the apology that was issued by the Secretary of the State was like she said, and we all said, a little bit of a word salad here. Again, I say dumb things. We all say dumb things. But to me, you don't use the Hitler remarks unless that's what's really on your mind. Guy named Dr. Freud told us that years and years and years ago.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a solid hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport, a few breaks along the way. The parkway is at least slightly easier out of New Haven. 95 south, jamming through Longworth into West Haven. And you're busy but moving through Brantford as well. Wilbur Cross overall is a bit quicker. Traffic report powered by Bridgeport Rescue Mission. Bridgeport Rescue Mission provides vital services to men, women, and children facing hunger, homelessness, and addiction. If you or a loved one need help, visit BridgeportRescueMission.org for more information. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight. Chilly with a low in the mid-30s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 60. Saturday cloudy and warmer with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
With uncertainty in the air, it's easy to feel overwhelmed about your financial future. Now, more than ever, when it comes to planning for retirement, don't go it alone. Bridgelight Financial Advisors is here for you, creating a personalized strategy to help you secure and navigate the retirement you deserve. Retirement isn't just about having enough. It's about feeling confident, no matter what tomorrow brings. Plan for a stable, confident retirement, no matter what the world throws your way. With Bridgelight Financial Advisors. Call or visit them today at bridgelightadvisors.com.
Looking for a reliable dentist in your neighborhood? Columbia Dental's Norwalk office is here for you. Located at 91 East Avenue, our team of general dentists and an oral surgeon are ready to serve you. As part of the Columbia Implant Center network in Manchester, we offer 7-day-a-week services, including an in-house digital dental lab for same-day emergency care. Visit our website at columbiadental.com for more information and to book your appointment today. Your smile is our priority.
Considering an online pharmacy? Explore BeSafeRx to find useful information and resources to help you purchase medicines safely online. A safe online pharmacy requires a doctor's prescription, has an address in the United States, has a licensed pharmacist, and is licensed by a state pharmacy board. It's best to stay away from online pharmacies that don't meet these criteria. Discover more helpful tips and resources at BeSafeRx. Go to fda.gov/BeSafeRx.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. Several people have been shot after at least one suspect opened fire at Florida State University. Ryan Cedergren says everyone at the Student Union building was rushing to get out.
I didn't hear any gunshots. My first instinct was something's not right here and we need to, go shelter somewhere because everyone immediately running is not normal.
Michael Price's daughter is a student at the university.
We are concerned for our daughter, but at least we're talking to our daughter and know that she is safe. Our hearts and prayers and minds are to anyone who's possibly had a child or a relative who's been injured.
At least 6 people have been injured. CBS's Anna Schechter says this is still an active crime scene.
The FBI is there on scene assisting, multiple agencies, multiple ambulances lined up.
CBS News special report. I'm Linda Kenyon.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A new bill was introduced yesterday in a bipartisan effort to remove the public benefits charge from electricity bills. If passed, this bill would fund programs supported by the charge through the state instead of relying on money from ratepayers. Eversource and UI would remain as the primary providers of power in the state. Members of both parties expressed their support for the bill yesterday at a news conference attended by NBC. Representative Joe Paletta said the bill would provide assistance to numerous residents who are struggling to make ends meet.
It's no secret that Connecticut pays far too much for electricity.
Despite the involvement of state funds, the bill would not violate current fiscal guardrails. Connecticut Attorney General William Tong is leading a coalition of 20 attorneys general trying to block what is described as, quote, erratic and unlawful mismanagement at the Social Security Administration. The AGs have filed a brief hoping to block the Department of Government Efficiency from what they describe as, quote, jeopardizing payments to millions of Americans. Tong said because of DOGE, Social Security Administration employees report chaos that has, quote, threatened to send the agency into a death spiral. Payer College in Bridgeport, which lost its accreditation last month, is going to shut down. The State Office of Higher Education was notified on Tuesday. The private art school has been closed since last fall, but had previously filed an appeal in an attempt to reopen. Payer has reportedly given no specific reason for closing. A Bridgeport police officer who was arrested for assault in Stratford has resigned from the force. City officials have confirmed that JRO Francisco Bastidas Arellano tendered his resignation on March 31st. Bastidas Arellano was arrested in February on charges that include third-degree assault, strangulation, and unlawful restraint. He's free on $10,000 bond and is due back in court on May 6th. The man accused of killing his girlfriend, Christine Holloway, in her Ansonia apartment testified in his own defense. Jose Morales told the jury in his Milford Superior Court murder trial yesterday that intruders killed Holloway with a crowbar and kidnapped their 14-month-old daughter in 2019. Morales testified that he was worried if he called police, his daughter would also be killed, and that he left the home. Morales continued testifying under direct examination today. A 27-year-old man is sentenced to spend 20 years in federal prison for his role in a violent Bridgeport street gang. Luis Garcia was sentenced yesterday in Bridgeport federal court for his actions while a member of the original North End gang. The group operated out of the Trumbull Gardens area of Bridgeport, with prosecutors saying they attacked rival gangs, robbed drug dealers, and stole vehicles. Garcia has been detained since he was arrested in 2021 and pleaded guilty to a racketeering charge in 2023. A Norwalk man has been arrested and charged with attempted murder in connection with a shooting last summer in Fairfield. Jaquan Rosado is also charged with first-degree assault, reckless endangerment, and criminal possession of a firearm. Rosado allegedly shot another man in the leg on Fisk Street in June of 2024. Police say the person who was shot was uncooperative, but the investigation determined that the shooting was part of an ongoing dispute between the suspect and the victim. A 22-year-old woman who was helping to clean a Darien home is accused of stealing 3 Rolex watches from the house. Shanti Racinos of Stratford also allegedly stole a diamond bracelet and other items, with the total value of the stolen items over $58,000. The owner of the Shady Acres home began noticing that items were missing in February, and police say it was found that Racinos had pawned the items. She's free on a promise to appear in court on April 28th. The state has launched a reporting tool for entities in Connecticut impacted by recent federal actions. The reporting tool is for cities and towns, businesses, and nonprofits that are experiencing pauses, cancellations, or reductions in federal funding. It is also seeking information about reductions in employment and impacts from tariffs from impacted entities. Governor Ned Lamont says the state government has an important responsibility in responding to this crisis, and this tool will shed more light on the impacts. Travelers is reporting that it turned a profit in the first quarter of this year, despite massive losses from the California wildfires. The Hartford-based insurer is reporting wildfire losses of $1.7 billion for the quarter. Despite the massive hit, Travelers is still reporting a $395 million profit for the first quarter. Travelers reported $5 billion in total profits in 2024. Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz met with Planned Parenthood and other advocates yesterday to discuss reproductive health in an attempt to protect Title X from a potential freezing by the Trump administration. In a news conference attended by WTNH-TV News 8, Bysowitz highlighted the potential consequences.
Withholding these funds is really an attempt to cut off access to birth control, cancer screenings, STI and STD testing, and reproductive health care in general. This is a major public health concern.
However, anti-abortion activists are pushing back, with Chris Healy of the Connecticut Catholic Conference telling News 8 the move was nothing more than appeasing the Democratic base.
There is no shortage of ability to take innocent life in this state through abortion clinics, and this is nothing more than just simple politics to assuage the abortion lobby that all is well with them.
Title X was established in 1970 to provide reproductive health care to people with low incomes. And Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal is warning about the planned closing of the Federal Emergency Management Agency regional office in Boston. He highlighted the dangers in a conversation with News 12.
FEMA is closing its only office in New England, which means we'll have no representation in this area of the country, further endangering cities and towns like Bridgeport, which probably will be denied the $47.5 million for flooding relief that it is due.
Blumenthal went on to say that when a natural disaster hits, FEMA has been a vital part of the emergency response in collaboration with local and state agencies. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident reported between exit 34 and exit 35, and the slow ride starts back in Greenwich. 95 northbound over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield, maybe a few breaks along the way. Through New Haven, 91 southbound jam and exit 6 down through the merging and through Long Wharf into West Haven. Accident reported in the mix on Long Wharf. Go across southbound, bunched up nicely through Hamden down to the West Rock Tunnel, but at least it's moving. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clear and chilly with a low in the mid-30s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 60. A big warm-up Saturday, cloudy with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, it always happens. And again, I hate to wag my finger in your face. It's not a bony finger like Bill Clinton, but it's substantial, I will tell you that. It's a pudgy. I'm going to wag my pudgy finger at you. Now, yesterday, we had a story that broke over the past few days that said, hey, the majority Democrats in Hartford, and I hate to say with the Democrats again, yeah, because the Republicans have relatively little strength in Hartford. So this is why we concentrate on the people that actually take money out of your pocket. So yesterday, I had mentioned that there was a plan floated by Democrats who said, hey, if we just target the rich a little more, we can get $171 million out of, whatever. And I'm like, oh, all right, whatever. And they said, well, we could target individual filers with a base minimum of $1 million a year. All right, I'm saying, well, it's a pretty rich person. $1 million a year is not too bad. Or couples filing jointly at $2 million a year. Even I know 2 times 1 is 2. Okay. So I'm like, whatever. It's probably not going to go anywhere. Oh, but wait. But wait, there's more. I say this all the time. All you have to do is wait, especially with Democrats wanting to raise your taxes, because, again, taxes are like potato chips. They are the junk food of parties who don't have any ideas. And you know that ostensibly potato chips will keep you alive, but they only run for a little bit until the salt and the grease and the carbs start hurting you. And you take that big wad of chips and you jam it down your throat, down your big fat pie hole, and 10 minutes later you're hungry. So I check in during Chris's award-winning news there, and I find this. And I'm not making this up. Don't say, well, this is just your right-wing blathering. No, this is from the Connecticut Mirror. Connecticut Senate leaders offer a new plan to tax the rich to mitigate federal cuts. Guess where this plan starts? Not at $1 million for a single filer or $2 million for a couple. Oh, man. How about $250,000 for a single filer and couples topping $500,000? Fairfield County, hello. Wilton, Westport, Greenwich, New Canaan, Darien, Norwalk, Greens Farms. Rowayton next, Rowayton. Yeah, so yesterday it was $1 million or $2 million. Today, whoa, that came down quick, huh? $250,000. State Senate Democrats unveiled a new proposal today, Thursday, to boost taxes on Connecticut's high earners, looking to raise hundreds. Yesterday it was $171 million. Today, Maud, it's hundreds of millions of dollars. Why are they doing this? Trump. To mitigate anticipated deep cuts in federal aid to health care, education, and other core programs. Bend over, Maud. Here it comes. State Senate President Martin Looney, Democrat New Haven, in a joint statement with State Senate Majority Leader Bob Duff, Democrat Norwalk, recommended, here it is, folks, a lot of you folks are within the sound of my dulcet voice, boosting the two highest marginal rates on the state income tax, which would generate revenue from single filers earning more than $250,000 a year and couples topping 500 G's a year. The Looney and Duff plan would boost the tax rate from 6.9% to 7.5% for all earners earning between $250,000 and $500,000 a year for single filers, and between $500,000 and $1 million a year for married couples. Folks, I'm telling you, if you're in Connecticut, get out. Get out. Leave. They're only going to want more from you. It would go from 6.99% to 7.99% for all earners singly, $500,000 or more, or $1 million for married couples. Though the state Senate Democratic Leadership Office had not completed projections on the revenue impact by today, it's estimated boosting the 6.99% rate to 7.99% would generate more than $420 million a year. So here it comes. It's not $1 million anymore. It's 250 large. I don't know what to tell you. I'm just here telling you, I've been following this stuff for 40 years, and they never, ever, ever, ever have any new ideas. They never have any original, fresh ideas. It's treating everybody, especially in Fairfield County, like an ATM.
Walk when they say you can't stand. Laugh when they say you won't speak. When you're recovering from a severe illness or injury, even the smallest tasks can be the greatest mountains to climb. But at Gaylord Specialty Healthcare, we're not just doctors and nurses and therapists. We're experts and specialists and leaders. And we do whatever it takes to make your recovery possible. Gaylord Specialty Healthcare. Think possible.
Now hiring for night nurse positions. Go to gaylord.org/nursing to learn more.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
In a choppy session today, stocks finished modestly lower as the Dow slid about 155 points after being in the plus column for much of the day, ending at 40,368. The S&P lost 9 points, just about 0.2% to 5396. The NASDAQ down only 8 points to 16,823 as tech stabilized in the wake of all the concerns around tariffs, exemptions, and confusion over policy broadly speaking. 10-year note yield slipped a little bit to 4.34%. The dollar firmed up after getting hammered in recent sessions. Oil prices slipped 2 cents to $61.51 a barrel. Gold up almost $20 to $32.46 the ounce. This as we wait for more earnings that roll off the line. Banks delivering better than expected corporate profits. Both Bank of America and Goldman up on the day. Boeing down after it was reported that China may halt the importation of any deliveries of Boeing aircraft into China. More economic data, more earnings out rolling off the line come tomorrow, and still more tariff talk yet to come.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident reported between exit 34 and exit 35, and the slow ride starts back in Greenwich. 95 northbound over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield, maybe a few breaks along the way. Through New Haven, 91 southbound jam and exit 6 down through the merging and through Long Wharf in West Haven. Accident reported in the mix on Long Wharf. Over cross southbound, bunched up nicely through Hamden down to the West Rock Tunnel, but at least it's moving. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight. Chilly with a low in the mid-30s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 60. Saturday cloudy and warmer with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Keeping you up to date on everything that matters. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Now, I don't doubt there may be somebody out there saying, hey, I'll pay the higher taxes, because I ran some numbers here. So currently, if you're an individual in Connecticut, before any deductions, and a lot of people take deductions, and if you make $250,000 a year, $250,000 a year, believe me, I'm nowhere near that, trust me. $250,000 a year, you're currently paying 6.9% pre-deduction. So if you go 6.9% on the $250,000, you come out with $17,250 a year. All right, whatever. You may be happy with that. That's a decent rate, whatever. Okay. So the idea now that would come from Senate Democrats is you raise that to 7.5%. So you raise it 0.6%. So on all earnings between $250,000 and $500,000, this is the proposal for single filers. You go from 6.9% to 7.5%. So basically, you would pay an extra $1,000 a year. So you go, if I'm doing the math right here, $17,250 to $18,250. Now, I don't doubt there are people who would see that and say, yeah, I can pay it, but why am I being charged this? Now, in their effort to sell this, they're going to point to the anticipated budget cuts from the White House. Okay. And if you're over $500,000 individually, or $1 million for married couples, you would be paying an extra 1%. So you'd go from 6.99% to 7.99% if you're at $500,000. So again, if you're at $500,000, you would go from 6.99 to 7.99. So what you'd be paying 1% more. So even I can do that. The 1% more of $500,000 is what, $5,000? Yeah. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So again, currently, if you're at $500,000 for an individual or at $1 million per married couple, or for a married couple or cohabitating, or if you file jointly, whatever. I'm not sure what the tax laws are for that. Can you file as a domestic couple? I don't know. I think you can. So you're currently at 6.99%. So you're paying, you're paying a good amount on taxes, 6.99%. For a minimum base single of $500,000, that would go up 1% to 7.99%. So 1% would be $5,000. Be $10,000 for a married couple. Now, again, in proportionality to all this, looking at the numbers, I know what the temptation is by some to say, well, you know, it's $1,000. You make $250,000. You make $500,000. Suck it up. You okay with that? I mean, look, I'm sure. And I'm just not. Because this will just continue the spending propensity of this in this state. And it won't usher in, likely now you can fool me on this, will this usher in any more, any more movements to do anything with frugality here? And who's to say if they don't go with, make it 1.5% or 2% or 2.5%. So, and they're going, I'm reading this on the break, they're going to sell this as well. This is because of Trump. So, and again, this helps the narrative going into an election year as well. Hey, you're paying more because Orange Man bad. All right. Maybe if we weren't paying for all these illegals, geez, I don't know. Maybe if we weren't ready to shell out another $400 million in raises to state employees. Oh, I can't talk about that. No, can't mention that. Joe is in Monroe. Joe, how are you?
I'm doing well. So I don't make anywhere near that. But my issue with it is if they did, let's say they implement this, and then the next president gets into office and they give them all this money back.
Yeah.
The taxes will never go back down.
Really? You don't think so, Joe? You don't think?
No. And in my household, if we come up short, what we do is we look where we can maybe trim some fat.
Yeah.
And maybe buy things that are a little less expensive, or we go out and work overtime. I guess overtime to them is raising taxes. They're going to work a little harder. They're going to raise taxes. That's their idea of working harder.
And Joe, you're breaking up. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate the call. No, listen, I mean, this, and like, what did Joe say, by the way, at the beginning of his call? I don't make anywhere near that. And I don't either. And I think what happens is, and Joe makes a very valid point there, we don't have a lot of people in the state, I think, inherently that say, we'll go out and screw the rich. No, we're not. I think most people are not like that. And by the way, here's the thing you have to be careful of. If you're a guy like me or Joe and say, well, geez, I don't make anything near that. And when, Joe says he doesn't, and I don't. I do okay with multiple jobs, but I love what I do. But having said that, you say $250,000. Okay, so you're already losing 7% of that to the state and the feds. And then you have, what are your obligations to that? See, that's the thing that drives me crazy about being envious of the rich. I've known a lot of people that live a better life making $50,000 a year than folks I know that made a couple of $100,000 a year, but they've got 2 kids in college. They're trying to maintain a business. So, you could argue that you probably know some people who would be easier found laying out that extra $50,000 if they only make $50,000 or $60,000 a year, rather than somebody who makes $250,000 a year is already losing half of it to taxes and may have a bunch of other monetary obligations.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident reported between exit 34 and exit 35, and the slow ride starts back in Greenwich. 95 northbound over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield, maybe a few breaks along the way. Through New Haven, 91 southbound jam in exit 6 down through the merging and through Long Wharf into West Haven. Accident reported in the mix on Long Wharf. Wilbur Cross southbound bunched up nicely through Hamden down to the West Rock Tunnel, but at least it's moving. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clear and chilly with a low in the mid-30s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 60. A big warm-up Saturday, cloudy with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Introducing Cakes by Sonia, a scratch-made bakery in Stratford. Let owner and head baker Sonia turn your vision into a delicious, beautiful custom cake. Specializing in wedding, birthday, and anniversary cakes, a Cake by Sonia is like no other. Follow Cakes by Sonia on Instagram or come into the bakery at 2067 Barnum Ave in Stratford. For an amazing cake for your next event, it's Cakes by Sonia. 203-276-8880.
Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
And Marty Loney issuing a statement, quote, in the wake of yet another federal tax cut that overwhelmingly benefits the wealthiest Americans, comma, Connecticut cannot afford to fail to take action at a time of crisis. See, they're already saying the crisis is here. They want the emergency declaration to spend more money. To Lamont's credit, he says no, not yet. If Washington insists on handling billionaires another tax break, we will ensure that some of that windfall comes back to the people of Connecticut to help deal with the massive federal cuts we anticipate. Oh, boy, they're really angry there. Oh, going to get nasty there. Better watch it here. Oh, Trump bad man, Orange man bad.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Linda Kenyon. Police say at least 2 people, none of them students, have been killed in a shooting at Florida State University. At least 5 other people injured. Jason Trumbauer is the chief of police.
FSU police responded immediately, engaged, neutralized, and apprehended the shooter.
Leon County Sheriff Walt McNeil says the 20-year-old suspect, believed to be a student at FSU, was a sheriff's deputy's son. A service revolver was found at the scene.
The alleged shooter was also a long-standing member of the Leon County Sheriff's Office Citizen Advisory or Youth Advisory Council. So he has been steeped in the Leon County Sheriff's Office family.
This student describes a chaotic scene as the shots rang out.
We got the desks and started piling them up against the door. It was pretty hectic.
The suspect is in custody and is hospitalized. Several buildings on campus remain an active crime scene. The Supreme Court agrees to hear arguments next month over President Trump's executive order to end birthright citizenship. Loyola law professor Lori Levinson.
It's not necessarily a good sign for the Trump administration. So far, every court that has decided this issue has relied on the 14th Amendment to say that the executive order by President Trump saying that there's no birthright citizenship is wrong.
The president's executive order would limit birthright citizenship for children whose parents are in the U.S. illegally or on temporary visas. Google plans to appeal a ruling that states it is an online advertising monopoly. CBS Tech contributor Ian Scher.
The ruling is the latest example of how governments around the world are increasingly scrutinizing the tech industry and its massive power in the economy.
The Trump administration continues to defy judges' orders on deportations. CBS's Stacey Lynn reports.
In a scathing ruling today, an appeals court calls the defiance shocking. Yesterday, a federal judge ruled there is probable cause to find the administration in criminal contempt after the president refused to turn around deportation planes to El Salvador and says he'll continue to do so.
That's what the public wanted, and that's what I'm doing. But you'll have to speak to the lawyers because it's up to them.
He also says he has no intention of facilitating the return of a Maryland man wrongly deported. Stacey Lynn, CBS News, Washington.
A judge has paused a resentencing hearing for Eric and Lyle Menendez. Their attorney is appalled.
I do, however, think that it's appalling, for lack of a better term, how the DA has treated this case.
This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-230-2777. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-230-2777. That's 800-230-2777. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A 27-year-old man is sentenced to spend 20 years in federal prison for his role in a violent Bridgeport street gang. Luis Garcia was sentenced yesterday in Bridgeport Federal Court for his actions while a member of the original North End gang. The group operated out of the Trumbull Gardens area of Bridgeport, with prosecutors saying they attacked rival gangs, robbed drug dealers, and stole vehicles. Garcia has been detained since he was arrested in 2021 and pleaded guilty to a racketeering charge in 2023. A Norwalk man has been arrested and charged with attempted murder in connection with a shooting last summer in Fairfield. Jaquan Rosado is also charged with first-degree assault, reckless endangerment, and criminal possession of a firearm. Rosado allegedly shot another man in the leg on Fisk Street in June of 2024. Police say the person who was shot was uncooperative, but the investigation determined that the shooting was part of an ongoing dispute between the suspect and the victim. A 22-year-old woman who was helping to clean a Darien home is accused of stealing 3 Rolex watches from the house. Shanti Racinos of Stratford also allegedly stole a diamond bracelet and other items, with the total value of the stolen items over $58,000. The owner of the Shady Acres home began noticing that items were missing in February, and police say it was found that Racinos had pawned the items. She's free on a promise to appear in court on April 28th. The state has launched a reporting tool for entities in Connecticut impacted by recent federal actions. The reporting tool is for cities and towns, businesses, and nonprofits that are experiencing pauses, cancellations, or reductions in federal funding. It is also seeking information about reductions in employment and impacts from tariffs from impacted entities. Governor Ned Lamont says the state government has an important responsibility in responding to this crisis, and this tool will shed more light on the impacts. And Travelers is reporting that it turned a profit in the first quarter of this year, despite massive losses from the California wildfires. The Hartford-based insurer is reporting wildfire losses of $1.7 billion for the quarter. Despite the massive hit, Travelers is still reporting a $395 million profit for the first quarter. Travelers reported $5 billion in total profits in 2024. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident remains between exit 34 and 35, has things backing up towards King Street now. 95 northbound over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way through. New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven, and Wilbur Cross southbound bunched up nicely through Hamden going down to the tunnel. Traffic report powered by Brown Roofing. Brown Roofing is Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Remember, Brown won't let you down. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight. Chilly with a low in the mid-30s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 60. Saturday, cloudy and warmer with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, so now there's an anticipation of Trump administration budget cuts to cities and towns in the state and to the state as well. So now Democrats in Hartford, led by, and they've put their names on this, Martin Looney, the state Senate president pro tem, and the state Democratic leader, Bob Duff of Norwalk, saying, hey, we will now put in a proposal to raise the state's income taxes. It will start with a raise for individuals at $250,000 a year. This according to a story I'm seeing here in the Connecticut Mirror, and $500,000 a year for married couples or those who are living under the same roof that want to file jointly. What do you think of that? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. What do I think? Go ahead and, you know what? As much as I'm against this, go ahead and do it. Push people out of the state. Absolutely. Why not? All right. Let's do it even more. Jeez, God. And, of course, they say, well, it's because of the Trump tax cuts. Oh, my God. Oh, nothing is, you ever notice in this state, nothing is ever the fault of anybody in Hartford. It never is. It's never the fault of how we run ourselves. It's never the fault of our spending policies. Nothing. It's never our fault. It's always somebody else. Never. Nobody in this state, especially in the Democratic majority, they never look at themselves in the mirror. Never. I'm sorry, I'm going to say it again. Do you think that we would need these tax cuts if we didn't have a governor and leaders all over the place saying, hey, migrants, come on in here. The minute you get here from Mexico, take the next direct flight to Tweed or to Westchester or wherever, or Bradley, and come on in. And then when you ask the governor, hey, how much are we spending here? Is $1.3 billion a year accurate? No, it's not. Oh, what's the number? We don't know. Oh, my God. Oh, it's like a freak show. But here's the idea. Let's raise taxes. God. It's funnier than SNL, although SNL hasn't been funny in years. But it's just funny. It's lather, rinse, and repeat. Lather, rinse, and repeat. Hey, got that state union state contracts coming up in 2026, late 2026 and 2027. Well, you know, they're already saying, well, the raises will be about $350 to $400 million. Oh, okay. Guess we got to raise taxes for that too. Oh my God. No, man, it is just. I'm sorry. I sit here and I laugh. One great thing about this job is I get to laugh about what's going on here for 4 hours a day. So I do have a question up there. Let's start this early because I know by 2 o'clock tomorrow I'm going to have some good things to read off this one. Do you agree with a Connecticut Democratic plan to hike taxes on individuals making at least $250,000 or couples at $500K a year? What do you think? You all good with that? Yeah. Let's go. Let's put the screws to them. Because, of course, nobody with money they never leave Connecticut. Oh, it's so good here.
This spring, the WICC staff is live and local with everything you need to know every single day. Join Melissa in the morning starting at 5 for Southern Connecticut news updates and exclusive interviews. The least Lisa Wexler Show starts at 10, where Lisa speaks her mind and wants to hear what's on yours. All the latest news headlines continue at noon on the Download with John and Chris. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli goes live at 2 for the latest as you head home. And it's all live every weekday on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 at 95.9.
Whether your current home security is just a lock and paranoid dog, or if you have an outdated system ready for an upgrade, achieve security and peace of mind when you call the experts at Property Protection Consulting. Go to ppcalarms.com, see their solutions, view their videos, gain simple state-of-the-art security all working in concert and fully installed at a low cost. Schedule your complimentary consultation. ppcalarms.com.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey. Honey! What? Shh, there's a salesman walking up the driveway. Oh no, he's got a clipboard. What do we do? Get down. Down? On the floor, you... Shoot, did he see us? Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor. Online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us, so even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliafson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliafson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
Unlock the potential of your business with Constep, Connecticut's premier manufacturing consulting firm. For over 25 years, Constep has focused on growth opportunities and client success in a changing manufacturing world. Their expert team of trusted advisors offers tailored solutions combining technical know-how with workforce strategies for transformative results. To help your manufacturing company reach its full potential, visit constep.org and schedule a free consultation. That's CONNSTEP.org.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons, the last encores. August 2nd at Mohegan Sun Arena. Get tickets Friday, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident remains between exit 34 and 35, has things backing up towards King Street now. 95 northbound over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way through. New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven, and Wilbur Cross southbound bunched up nicely through Hampton going down to the tunnel. Traffic report powered by Brown Roofing. Brown Roofing is Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Remember, Brown won't let you down. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clear and chilly with a low in the mid-30s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 60. A big warm-up Saturday, cloudy with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Whatever's on your mind, Put it in a text and send it to Paul. 203-333-9422. WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Hey, the heck with me. I have people in the offices here, the beautiful palatial offices of Connoisseur Media, coming up to me. Hey, is Lenny on with you this week? I said, of course he is. Website, onlyimbridgeport.com. No tariffs yet on Lenny Grimaldi. Lenny, how are you, sir?
Uncle Paul, you're a little ornery today.
Lenny, I'm sorry. This is why I could never be in the General Assembly. They'd be wheeling me out the day I got there. Are you kidding?
That's all right. Give him hell.
Will the gentleman from Wallingford please control himself? No, I won't, Mr. President. I won't. Oh, my God. Jeez. Did you ever think about that, Lenny? Did you ever think of a legislative run, honestly?
God, no.
So you're like me, right?
No. I would never get elected to anything. I have way too much baggage. But I'm the guy behind the curtain. I like being the guy behind the curtain.
Yeah, but I mean, I know now, but I mean, at one time, did you, because I know you back in your newspaper days, did it ever occur to you, hey, I'm smarter than these Cavones or not? You didn't want this?
Oh, I am smarter, but I just don't want to get elected. I just want, maybe, like, here's what I want to do. I want to run a race for you, right?
Yeah.
And we'll get you elected because what you say on the campaign trail is different than being in the General Assembly. I want to get you elected. Yeah. You get sworn in, and then you resign. Yeah. That's all. We won.
Imagine that. And it ain't bad now because, everybody makes 40, 45 grand a year. I was supporting that pay increase they got a few years ago. But having said that, it is good to see, Lenny, and I've gone crazy on the show about this. The whole deal with school bus and school safety and these stunades that pass school buses. Good to see that one member of the Bridgeport delegation, as you wrote, is finally out in front on this and trying to get all this stuff instituted, right, to make our kids safer.
Oh, yeah. It's Heron Gaston, and he's a state senator. He represents like 2/3 of Bridgeport and the western portion of Stratford. And, he's been on top of this, for the last couple of years. And, there was like more than 10,000 violations reported in Bridgeport alone of just people just regarding school buses, in front of schools where kids are getting out of school or are going into school. And so he's got pretty much everybody on board on this because it affects everybody. This is not just an urban suburban kind of thing. Obviously, you got more traffic in the urban areas, but I mean this affects people in the suburbs and rural areas just as much as people just don't care about it, and so they're trying to put some teeth into the law so people don't do this anymore. And then they've got better school security cameras on these buses now, which in the old days didn't have anything. I mean, when we were kids, they could have run us over. Who cares? Check out the tire. It's far away. Oh, we forgot. Check out. Remember that they had the chains on the tires and all that.
Yeah,
crazy.
Yeah. Budget hearing, public hearing on the city budget tonight. I know that. Lenny, in the past, and I've seen and you've told me, these things aren't generally well attended. Yes or no on this? Any changes coming up this year? What do you think the public input will be here?
I get offline. I get my readers who give me the needle because I play up these public hearings on the fiscal proposal, the budget proposal, because I love to see who shows up.
Yeah.
Right. And to answer your question, in the short term, it depends who's cranked up. Okay. Some years the school system, they rally the troops, they get them in, we need more money. But I have gone to these things. I remember one year, it was like 4 years ago, I showed up and there was one person.
You told me this. Wait a minute. It was a mailman, I think? Yes, I remember. You said there was one guy there.
It was a mailman. It was like... and I said, dude, you're a mailman. And he goes, well, someone has to deliver on behalf of the public.
That's great.
Yeah, it was good. So sometimes there'd be half a dozen.
Yeah.
Other times there'll be a lot more. It's just really a question of, who's like cranked up, and let's rally people, let's get them in there. So basically in 40 minutes from now in the city council chambers will be the first public hearing where, citizens can go in and just say, hey, here's my input on the budget, right? So Mayor Joe Ganim submitted his fiscal plan for the fiscal year that begins July 1. And then it goes to the City Council's Budget and Appropriations Committee, the 7-member panel, and they go through this stuff. They bring in department heads, interview them, say, what are your needs, what's going on, and they grill them a little bit. But along the way, there's usually a couple of public hearings. And so Mayor Joe Ganim's proposal, no tax increase, but there's a lot of what ifs, right?
Yeah.
It relies on the state legislative process. So the city budget process ends before the state budget is complete. So I always call it a leap of faith kind of budget preparation. But I think it's good people have an opportunity to weigh in, say, this is what you should be cutting, this is what should be added, these are the people who are hurting in the community, and all that comes together. The school system is in a financial crisis. People can show up for that. There is usually every year one public hearing dedicated just to schools. But, my history of going to these things, it doesn't matter. People show up and go, they weigh in on anything they want, and the budget committee allows the commentary. So 40 minutes, that's what they'll be talking about, and maybe who knows. A lot of this stuff's under the radar of who's going to show up to these things. But hopefully some people do. I mean, tonight, technically, most of the thunder is going to be in the city's capital plan. What the heck is that? That's about addressing building, vehicle, infrastructure improvements. But some people they can come in and talk about pretty much anything, budget related, and the budget committee will hear it out. So we've got, over the next 4 weeks ago or so, the budget committee will go through this process, 3 weeks or so, and then they'll pass the budget. There's like a 2-week veto window for the mayor, and he really has ever exercised it. And then the mill rate would be set early June. But right now, based on the proposal, the mill rate was made flat, and it's been that way for 10 years under Joe Ganim.
Lenny Grimaldi, the guest, the website onlyinbridgeport.com. Cats, Lenny, cats. A lot of cats in Bridgeport, you write here. Thousands? Is that what the number is?
Yeah, so this is one of those kind of OIB moments, right, where there's a demolition going on the east side of Bridgeport of a building, and the construction crew, the Capizellos, who've been demolishing buildings in this area for decades. They see in this pile of rubble, they see a litter of kittens, right?
Yeah, I saw.
So they call in some people they know, and animal control, and so on, and then this is really bringing attention to the feral cat issue in the city. And I've written about this a little bit, but it's really kind of brought it back up. And the animal control people in Bridgeport say there's more than 60,000 feral cats in Bridgeport. Now, my headline is rats. Feral cats are everywhere in Bridgeport.
I saw. Yeah, that was creative. 60,000?
Yeah, 60,000. So to my warped way of thinking, but I do that every now and then, I'm thinking, wow, they keep the rat population down.
Well, yeah.
But it doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't?
No, because I started looking into this, and there have been studies where, cats would really rather go after Speedy Gonzalez than the rat, because rats are more formidable to go after.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. All right.
Oh, yeah. There have been studies in Manhattan, all over the place. But I mean, I had to throw that in there for a little levity. But the overriding story is that people are not, they're not neutering, the cats. And then they go out there, and then they mess around with the feral cats, and then there's
we know
growth and so on. Right? Yeah. So I mean, I don't know. Pussycat, Pussycat. Where's Tom Jones when you need him, man? Let's have a Pussycat party.
Little Tom Jones reference there. Nothing better. All right, folks, check all those stories and more. The city budget, cats, Avello Airlines. Tony Wong says stop eating when you're driving. A lot of stuff there. The website only in Bridgeport.com. Lenny Grimaldi. Lenny, have a good weekend. We'll check in later. Thanks, man.
Okay, thanks.
All right, there you go. All right, traffic and weather together. Watch those cats on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway northbound accident remains between exit 34 and 35. Has things backing up towards King Street now. 95 northbound over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way through. New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. And Wilbur Cross southbound bunched up nicely through Hampton going down to the tunnel. Traffic report powered by Brown Roofing. Brown Roofing is Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Remember, Brown won't let you down. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight. Chilly with a low in the mid-30s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 60. Saturday, cloudy and warmer with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff. If you need anything related to the trees on your property, K&J Tree Service should be your first call. They're my go-to for all of my tree issues. Did you know K&J has 0% financing available right now? You can apply from your phone. There's no credit impact. There are loan options within seconds, and they're also offering special discounts like $250 off of $2,500 jobs or more than $500 off a $5,000 job. Are your trees in distress? Is your yard losing its charm? Well, then let K&J Tree Service bring your landscape back to life with their expert tree care solutions. At K&J Tree Service, they understand the importance of maintaining the beauty and safety of your outdoor space, and their team of certified arborists offer top-notch services, including tree trimming, tree removal, stump grinding, and so much more. Go to kjtreeservice.com for your free assessment today. That's kjtreeservice.com, and you can also text them for a free assessment. 203-248-TREE.
Connecticut Mega Millions is bigger than ever, with larger, faster-growing jackpots and bigger secondary prizes. Bigger than ever. Oh, and did we mention now every play automatically includes a multiplier that increases all non-jackpot prizes by up to 10 times? Yeah, bigger than ever. Play Connecticut Mega Millions today. Overall odds 1 in 23.1. Jackpot odds 1 in 291 million. Must be 18 or older. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing. More people seeing your home. More offers coming in. And maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. Police are just moments away from a briefing about a shooting today at Florida State University. At least 6 people have been hospitalized. A suspect is in custody. This student is shocked and frustrated.
Why do things like this, keep happening? I'm at a loss for words, honestly.
He says it's way overdue for something to be done about it.
I'm going to call on Governor Ron DeSantis. This stuff keeps going on. Make some gun reform.
Ava Arenado was in class, but while students were told to shelter in place, she ran for safety along with hundreds of others.
The building I was at wasn't too close to the Union, and I heard a lot of police cars outside, so I figured that, the shooting wasn't close to me, so I could make it to my car in time and I'd be safer in my apartment.
At least one person is in critical condition. 5 others are in serious condition at a nearby Tallahassee hospital. Parts of campus remain an active crime scene. CBS News Special Report. I'm Linda Kenyon.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Bridgeport police officer who was arrested for assault in Stratford has resigned from the force. City officials have confirmed that Jairo Francisco Bastidas Arellano tendered his resignation on March 31st. Bastidas Arellano was arrested in February on charges that include third-degree assault, strangulation, and unlawful restraint. He's free on $10,000 bond and is due back in court on May 6th. Connecticut Attorney General William Tong is leading a coalition of 20 attorneys general trying to block what is described as, quote, erratic and unlawful mismanagement at the Social Security Administration. The AGs have filed a brief hoping to block the Department of Government efficiency from what they describe as, quote, jeopardizing payments to millions of Americans. Tong said because of DOGE, Social Security Administration employees report chaos that has, quote, threatened to send the agency into a death spiral. Payer College in Bridgeport, which lost its accreditation last month, is going to shut down. The State Office of Higher Education was notified on Tuesday. The private art school had been closed since last fall, but had previously filed an appeal in an attempt to reopen. Payer has reportedly given no specific reason for closing. The man accused of killing his girlfriend, Christine Holloway, in her Ansonia apartment testified in his own defense. Jose Morales told the jury in his Milford Superior Court murder trial yesterday that intruders killed Holloway with a crowbar and kidnapped their 14-month-old daughter in 2019. Morales testified that he was worried if he called police, his daughter would also be killed, and that he left the home. Morales continued testifying under direct examination today. A new bill was introduced yesterday in a bipartisan effort to remove the public benefits charge from electricity bills. If passed, this bill would fund programs supported by the charge through the state instead of relying on money from ratepayers. Eversource and UI would remain as the primary providers of power in the state. Members of both parties expressed their support for the bill yesterday at a news conference attended by NBC. Representative Joe Paletta said the bill would provide assistance to numerous residents who are struggling to make ends meet.
It's no secret that Connecticut pays far too much for electricity.
Despite the involvement of state funds, the bill would not violate current fiscal guardrails. Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz met with Planned Parenthood and other advocates yesterday to discuss reproductive health in an attempt to protect Title X from a potential freezing by the Trump administration. In a news conference attended by WTNH-TV News 8, Bysowitz highlighted the potential consequences.
Withholding these funds is really an attempt to cut off access to birth control, cancer screenings, STI and STD testing, and reproductive health care in general. This is a major public health concern.
However, anti-abortion activists are pushing back, with Chris Healy of the Connecticut Catholic Conference telling News 8 the move was nothing more than appeasing the Democratic base.
There is no shortage of ability to take innocent life in this state through abortion clinics, and this is nothing more than just simple politics to assuage the abortion lobby that all is well with them.
Title X was established in 1970 to provide reproductive health care to people with low incomes. Connecticut is declining to sign the Trump administration's request that it comply with their diversity, equity, and inclusion orders. State Education Commissioner Charlene Russell Tucker says the state already is in full compliance with Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Title VI bans discrimination based on race, color, or national origin in programs or activities that receive federal financial assistance. Connecticut Education Association President Kate Diaz spoke with WFSB Channel 3 and called the move by the administration an overreach.
Everything that is going on in our public schools is the will of our public schools, it's the will of our communities, and it's the right thing to do for our students and community members.
However, state Republicans are largely standing by President Trump's policy. State Republican Party Chair Ben Proto says the state is not in compliance with Title VI. In a conversation with Channel 3, Proto says DEI programs have no place in the country, let alone the classroom.
When you start to pick and choose the laws you're going to abide by, that's when you begin to see anarchy.
Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal is warning about the planned closing of the Federal Emergency Management Agency regional office in Boston. He highlighted the dangers in a conversation with News 12.
FEMA is closing its only office in New England, which means we'll have no representation in this area of the country, further endangering cities and towns like Bridgeport, which probably will be denied the $47.5 million for flooding relief that it is due.
Blumenthal went on to say that when a natural disaster hits, FEMA has been a vital part of the emergency response in collaboration with local and state agencies. And Americans have conflicting views about the effects of artificial intelligence on society. Tammy Trujillo has details.
According to a new poll from Quinnipiac University, more than 40% think AI is going to cause more harm than good in their everyday lives. More than 50% think it's going to cause harm in education, and nearly 60% think it will harm advances in medicine. More than half see it leading to fewer job opportunities.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound over an hour from Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. Out of New Haven, Wilbur Cross southbound, heavy congestion, North Haven and Hamden down to the tunnel. 91 southbound, you're on the brakes from exit 4 down through the merge and through Long Wharf. And on 84 eastbound, you've got extra volume heading through Danbury with an accident reported near exit 3. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clear and chilly with a low in the mid-30s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 60. A big warm-up Saturday. Cloudy with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Stamford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, that was one of those breaks where before and after the news, you would have chuckled if you heard my conversation with the one and only Chris Williams, but still working with a boss here to provide an insider's audio option. I'm kidding. It's not coming. I made that joke at a radio station I used to work at. It was a parody. It was tongue-in-cheek. And I said, hey, if you want to hear what goes on between me and XXX with the mics off, you still get our uncensored look at the news. You know, I think it's like $9.95 a month. And honest to God, the boss comes in to our studio or my office one day and he goes, could you stop? And I said, stop what? And he said, stop doing the thing about the insider's audio. And I said, it's a joke. And he goes, I know it's a joke. They think you're serious. I swear. I'm not going to mention what station, but I'm like, come on. He goes, yep, we're getting called. And then I said, well, if they think we're serious, why don't we just do it? He goes, no, because I know how you are. Anyway, by the way, though, you don't get the insider's audio. You get the insider's video, yes. So my show is streamed on video every day, and I can see how many people are watching. Thank you. I know how long you're watching. Go to twitch.tv, TWITCH, as in, my dear, I have a muscle twitch. Twitch.tv, and just search for WICC. Or you go to our YouTube page, YouTube, WICC, search for that, and then you will see in the YouTube crest a little red outline that says live. Click on that, and you can see me. Hello, I'm waving to the camera right now. And what you're seeing is me with whatever hair I have left, a dry cup of coffee, and a one-day growth of beard. And that's it. That's all you got, but it's great. You can say, that's what he looks like? Good God. Anyway, a lot to talk about here. About 20 minutes left if you want to slide in here. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Okay, I've got a veritable cornucopia of stuff that I want to ask you that you can start answering right now, and we'll go over it all later on tonight and tomorrow. So, you go to our Facebook page, facebook.com/Voice of CT. Thank you, by the way, for all the people that check it out. Not just for me, but all the great podcasts from Melissa and Lisa Wexler. I put up daily questions. It's one thing I do for my show. And I just ask you folks, what do you think? Please be nice. Sometimes we have to mute people or block people if they get a little too enthusiastic. Please keep the language clean. It's a public page. Maybe there's some kids reading. So I just put up this question beforehand. Do you agree? And you can agree or disagree. I'm not going to scream at you either way. Do you agree with the Connecticut Democratic plan to hike taxes on individuals making at least $250K a year and couples at $500K. So you can talk about that. Do you think state lawmakers in Hartford and environmental groups are serious about lowering energy costs for consumers? The reason I put that in, and I started the show with that, is that we saw, there's a real bill in Hartford to get rid of this public benefits charge, which thousands of people say they want gone. And the debate yesterday, for a lot of it, it apparently looked like Romper Room, like Wonderama. Where's Sonny Fox when you need him? Remember that? Like kindergarten, like nursery school. No, you can't do that. Yes, I can. No, you can't. Oh, mud on, as my mother used to say. So we can ask you about that as well. And, of course, my preview videos are always up as well. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Now, a lot of people even stop me here in the hallway. Say, Paul, what is it with this transgender stuff? Why are the Republicans still hammering the transgender stuff? Why? I'll tell you why. Because it works, and I've got numbers for you from a recent poll to show you.
They're changing the tax rules again. What does that mean for you?
So to be tax-free, you have to pay the tax on the money today and find the right places to store it and accumulate it tax-free forever. And then you don't care where tax rates go up in the future because you have a plan that will protect you.
To find out, join David Gagnon of First Financial Planners for Mastering Your Wealth. Saturday mornings at 8, right here on WICC 600.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage. Okay, maybe I am a little high-strung. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start May 14th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound over an hour from Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. Out of New Haven, Wilbur Cross southbound, heavy congestion, North Haven and Hampton down to the tunnel. 91 southbound, you're on the brakes from exit 4 down through the merge and through Long Wharf. And on 84 eastbound, you've got extra volume heading through Danbury with an accident reported near exit 3. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight. Chilly with a low in the mid-30s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 60. Saturday, cloudy and warmer with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Saying everything that's on his mind. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Yes, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Before I go to and I just give you the empirical numbers, shows you how good the transgender athlete playing with women and young girls works out for Republicans, because it has been documented recently that it's still a big issue there. Before those numbers, speaking of numbers, Jack in Stamford's here, and I was hoping Jack would call with this news of a proposed income tax hike for a lot of the gals and guys I know Jack deals with. Jack, how are you?
Oh, yeah. Well, I heard it talked about yesterday, that other guy with the caviar, and I was thinking I need to tax the poor better so I can afford more caviar and stuff like that. But, but I was off yesterday. So I wasn't
okay.
Call in.
Well, yesterday they said, hey, it would be 1 point on $1 million for singles, sure. 2 million for couple. And now all of a sudden they come out with, no, we're going to start it at $250K, which around here, Jack, ain't a lot of money.
not too much money for Stanford or Fairfield County and everything. And part of the reason I wanted to call you this evening, too, is I was reading something this morning. Mississippi, the poorest state in the union, has just voted to eliminate its income tax.
I was thinking of you when I saw that.
So Connecticut can't. We're going to put it to the rich guys who are living in Florida and they still keep their house here. And I'm in Florida more days. I'm a Floridian. I don't pay nothing in Connecticut. Why don't you guys put it up 3%? Nobody cares because they're not going to pay it. My buddy there, our new best buddy with the $120 million yesterday to the IRS. Yeah, nothing went to a state.
Well, okay, let me ask you this. So, Jack, I'm glad you called. You deal with these high-dollar companies and high-dollar individuals. So, you must have – well, you tell me. Do you have clients who at the drop of a hat will say, that's it, screw it, I'm still going to live here, but I'm going to do 6 months plus a couple of days in Florida? Are there guys and gals quick to do that, or are there people saying, hey, I love my state, I don't really want to do this, don't make me do this, and they eventually do it? Like, what's the mentality on that?
Let me give you the mentality real quick. And I had something funny first, but anyways, here we go. I had one guy that was really, really worth a lot of money, and he lived in Manhattan. He lived in New York City, and we had advised him to move outside the New York City borough.
Okay.
And live on Long Island because New York City doesn't tax non-residents currently. And he was the only one that ever came to me that I ever experienced. And he said, no, I enjoy all the benefits that New York City offers me. And if I have to pay a little tax into them to enjoy the music, everything, I don't mind doing it. Granted, this guy was he was up there in his years and he had more money than God. So him paying New York City tax, although we were like, this is what you do, it didn't mind him.
Okay.
It had no impact on him because he had, over $1 billion worth of stock in a company that you and I know. And he was making fierce, and that was his view.
So he doesn't care. I wouldn't care either.
Didn't care. He could have moved 15 miles east into Long Island and not paid. He goes, no, I don't mind.
Okay.
So then we can go back to another case. When COVID came down, so we're going back to 2020.
Yeah.
And the order came out the 13th of March. I got sent home. The 17th of March was St. Patrick's Day. Everything was shut down. I had a call with some private equity guys on the 19th of March.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, it was only a 2-week shutdown. These guys were already calling me saying, hey, what can we do? We're relocating down to Florida. Can we shut off our New York City and New York State withholding? It hadn't even been done for a week.
Wow.
They were already looking to turn it off.
Goodbye.
And we had said, first off, it's only for 2 weeks. We're not going to do it.
No.
We need to wait and hear what the states do. So they will do this. I mean, let's not forget, where did Governor Rell die? In
Florida. Yeah.
She's a Floridian, not paying any of that Connecticut thing. I'm not saying she had one, but if she had a Connecticut pension, she wasn't paying anything into the Connecticut coffers.
Yeah.
So these people, they don't make a big deal out of it. They just the only guy that did make a big deal, and it was interesting, was the guy I told you previously about from New Jersey that moved his hedge fund, and the guy Bezos when he left Washington State.
And I remember reading, it was either in the New York Times or in the Wall Street Journal, Jack. Yeah, that guy in North Jersey, because they used that as a case study. He kept begging and when he left, the state lost $50 million a year.
It was well over. It was up on 100, and they had to recall in the legislature to session because they had to redo the budget. And he just said, I'm moving because my family's there. So you have that. There was one other guy that came up, and he had just advised. He says, I'm looking to relocate or something. I mean, if they have a business, they might have to notify the company because there's business rules and stuff.
Yeah.
But these guys don't have. One guy I told you before, too, he went so far as to make sure New York City couldn't tax him because he was trading on the exchange in New York. He set up his servers in Jacksonville, Florida. So
beautiful.
Say he was rooted in. So these guys keep putting the monies up. Why don't they ever try to cut? I mean, we legalized weed 2 years ago, and we're making so much on it. We legalized gambling, and we're making so much on it. And yet these guys still haven't enough money for the budget.
And Jack, thank you for the call. You know what the answer will be? I'm telling you what's coming, folks. Don't laugh at me. Do not laugh. We're gonna legalize hookers in this state. It may not. I'm saying 5 to 7 years, because we already have the euphemisms, right? It's not a you-know-what bar or a strip joint anymore. It's a gentleman's club. They're not hookers anymore. They're sex workers. Don't laugh at me. Go Google it. Google it. Is retail sex work. I mean, all kinds. And again, there's that famous. It's nothing I did famous, but I always use the example. And this is the example people use. Well, we can tax it. Number one, you can control whatever health, I guess, with it. But number two, what's the difference of me? Not me. I would never do this. But what's the difference of a guy or a gal going out with a partner, whatever sex or gender, going to dinner, and after dinner, they do what they do? What's the difference between that and somebody walking up to a sex worker on the street and saying, hey, how about dinner? And then, okay, dinner's the payment. Okay. What's the difference? It was a transaction, wasn't it? Trust me. We've got weed. We've got psilocybin. We've got a lot of stuff, and sex work will be next. There will be a Connecticut Department of Hookers. Trust me on this. Trust me on this. I wanted to end with this. And I had a friend of mine come up to me the other day, say, I was listening to your show. What is it with you Republicans and transgender? It doesn't happen a lot. I said, well, no, it doesn't happen a lot. But it's not just us Republicans. I said, what do you mean? I said, well, did you see the New York Times survey? The New York Times, not Fox News, not Newsmax, not the New York Post, the New York Times survey from a couple of months back? A recent New York Times Ipsos survey finding the vast majority of Americans, including a majority of Democrats, do not think transgender athletes should be permitted to compete in women's sports. The survey asked, here's the question the New York Times asked. This isn't Karl Rove. This isn't, some right-wing pollster. Here's what the New York Times asked, quote, thinking about transgender female athletes, meaning athletes who were male at birth but who currently identify as female, do you think they should or should not be allowed to compete in women's sports? Okay, pretty fair question. Of the 2,182 people who participated, who gave an answer to this, and remember, you can survey the country with about 1,100 people. So 2,000 is twice what you need. 79%, 8 out of 10 people in that mass survey of 2,100 plus people, 8 out of 10 said biological males who identify as women should not be allowed to participate in women's sports. Now, the subset here, what they call the crosstabs, out of the 1,025 people who self-identified as Democrats or leaning Democrat, 67% said they should not be allowed to compete with women. So there is a reason. There's a reason that the White House is butting heads with Governor Janet Mills and the state of Maine. They're butting heads on this because they know they've got about 65 to 70 to 75% of the country that agrees with them. You may not like that. That's fine. I understand. I don't know what your personal situation is, your kids, your grandkids. I get it. But the reason they keep going and the reason they're just let it be in Maine. No, they're not going to, because on a national basis, even with self-described Democrats, the issue works.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound, over an hour from Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. Out of New Haven, Wilbur Cross southbound, heavy congestion, North Haven and Hampton down to the tunnel. 91 southbound, you're on the brakes from exit 4 down through the merge and through Long Wharf. And on 84 eastbound, you've got extra volume heading through Danbury with an accident reported near exit 3. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, clear and chilly with a low in the mid-30s. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 60. A big warm-up Saturday. Cloudy with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Maritime Chevrolet Fleet Solutions takes the headache out of managing your company vehicles. Our program is designed to save you time and, most importantly, money throughout the entire life cycle of your company vehicle: ordering, financing, maintaining, and upgrading. This way, you can focus on your business and put us to work instead. If you own or manage a fleet of commercial trucks or cars, let us show you how to evolve your business at MaritimeChevy.com. World-class technicians, superior professionalism, and customer care starts at MaritimeChevy.com.
Rocket is giving every home one address. Rocket.com, a single seamless home ownership platform to help you find, buy, sell, finance, even refinance your home. Everything you need, all under one roof. Visit Rocket.com, the new home for all things home ownership. Rocket, own the dream.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And we go to Gary in West Haven, who has the burden here, the glory of being the last call of the day. Gary, what do you got?
I'll make it quick. Just what a terrific show. But
Thank you.
Really makes me sad to think of how our society has lost its moral compass and its sense of courtesy and civility. And I'll recommend a film to you. It's a new film, a documentary that features, among others, Mel Brooks, and it's on the Automat. The Automat out of New York City.
I've seen PR for this, and
it actually made me cry.
Did it really?
Here in the late 40s and the early 50s,
yes.
You had people in the center of our biggest city, and they were black, they were white, they were Hispanic, male, female, every station in life, rich, poor, middle class, all sitting together, all enjoying the comfort and the beauty of that place, all, and talking with each other, and then all cleaning up after each other.
I know.
And then they flash forward to, the 60s and 70s, and then suddenly you had people who were just indigent and just sitting there to keep warm and fouling themselves and not cleaning up after themselves. It was just this deconstruction of what it means to live in a society.
Yeah, Gary, I'm sorry, I'm up against it, my friend. Thank you.
What a great show. But
thanks,
thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Appreciate it. Gary is referring to a movie that I haven't seen it yet, but I just wanted to take some time here at the end. Yes, it's called The Automat, as in one of those kind of early automated diners, right? You've seen them. You pay or you put money in there's a piece of pie I want or a sandwich. And yes, Gary, thank you. That reminded me. I did so want to see it. It is getting rave reviews. You can stream it. It's called The Automat. All right, Chris and the whole crew, thank you. We will be back with you tomorrow at 2.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Linda Kenyon. A shooting at Florida State University has killed 2 people and injured at least 5 more. Walt McNeil is the Leon County Sheriff.
This event is tragic in more ways than you people in the audience could ever fathom.
The suspect, believed to be a student at FSU, is in custody and hospitalized. He's also the son of a Leon County Sheriff's deputy, and one of her service revolvers was found at the scene.